All right. I think everything's working. Okay, so y'all know that this channel is all about, fact checking and source methods and just all around getting the facts straight and checking bad reporting. Normally directed at creationist sources, but occasionally I do dabble my fingers and toes into other things, such as what's going on in the news right now. Now, I will admit fully that the thumbnail I used is total clickbait. It's kind of supposed to be ambiguous how I personally feel about the outcome of this trial. And, you can probably figure it out, but, yeah. So, I'm going to see if we can get this game going while I watch, professional streamer style. And this will go on for a while, and then I'll open up the chat. And, the stream will go on for a while. It's a 500 subscriber special stream. I've been meaning to do this for a little while. Haven't really had much time. But yeah, let's get into it. So, just gonna do this. Everything seems to be running smoothly. And we'll get in to the trial.
Here's Lester Holt.
Good day. We're coming on the air with breaking news. A verdict has been reached in the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse, the 18-year-old who is facing charges for fatally shooting two and wounding another during demonstrations in Kenosha, Wisconsin in August of 2020. The trial obviously has captured national attention. Rittenhouse facing charges that could send him to prison for life. Let's go into the courtroom now live.
Would you give your juror number, please?
54.
54. And has the jury reached a verdict as to each count of the information?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
One verdict and one verdict only?
Yes.
Would you hand all the paperwork to the bailiff, please?
This is the ones that didn't know. Okay.
Everything?
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
If you happen to lack any background knowledge of this case, basically the defendant Kyle Rittenhouse was at a protest for Jacob Blake, who was a black man, which matters to the narrative of a lot of the left-wing types, who was shot in the process of trying to kidnap his ex-girlfriend's children, I believe, and he had a restraining order put on him for domestic abuse against this woman who he was kidnapping the children from, and he had them in the car, and he had grabbed a weapon, and I think he had resisted a taser already, and he was surrounded by police, and he was refusing to comply, and had a weapon, and they shot him and paralyzed him, and there have been protests. And so at one of those protests a year ago, Kyle Rittenhouse was a 17-year-old. He was said he was there to help out in the midst of the protests, right? He said he had first aid training, and he was there to provide aid there. He was there cleaning up graffiti. That's what he was originally there doing. Then he got called in, his group that he was with got called in to help, serve as kind of security for this car lot that had lost millions of dollars in a previous protest that had happened like the day before or recently, something like that. And anyway, Kyle had brought a rifle with him for self-defense, and he ended up killing 2 people and wounding a third, and he was charged with this for murder, and he's been found not guilty on all charges.
May I see that too, please, Mrs. Chairman? Thank you. The defendant will rise, face the jury, and hearken to its verdicts.
State of Wisconsin versus Kyle Rittenhouse. As to the first count of the information, Joseph Rosenbaum. We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty. As to the second count of the information, Richard McGinnis. We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty. As to the third count of the information, unknown male. We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty. As to the fourth count of the information, Anthony Huber. We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty. As to the fifth count of the information, Gage Rosekreutz, we, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty.
Members of the jury, are these your unanimous verdicts? Is there anyone who does not agree with the verdicts as read? We wish the jury polled? No. Okay. Okay, folks, your job is done, and we started just about 3 weeks ago. And I told you it could last 2 weeks and 2 days. This is 2 weeks. This is 3 weeks. You were a wonderful jury to work with. You were punctual. You were attentive. And the forgotten six over here who had a very difficult job of keeping from discussing the case during the time that they were sequestered as well. Better jury to work with. And it has truly been my pleasure. I think, without commenting on your the verdicts themselves, just in terms of your the attentiveness and the cooperation that you gave to us, this justifies the confidence.
Well, everyone's probably seen this part before. And I think my gameplay is pretty laggy, so I'm going to fix that real quick.
Any obligation to discuss any aspect of this case with anyone. You're welcome to do so as little or as much as you want. The media have requested, a number of media sources have requested the ability to talk to you, and they have been allowed to present presentations
Laptop
to you that you'll get
sometimes can't handle everything I want to do with it.
Contact them. They are not to contact you. If anyone does contact you, and just tell them you're not interested in discussing it, if that's the case. And if anyone persists in doing so, report that to us and it will be addressed, I assure you. At the beginning of the trial, there was some concern about information and your safety, and I assure you that we will take every measure to ensure that your concerns are addressed and respected. I'm going to talk to you for just a minute, not about anything to do with
And all 5 counts he faced
Okay.
in the shooting deaths of 2 men.
So what we're really trying to get to is the commentary over this trial. This was yesterday. I saw some of this live, so
Sentry mode activated.
so yeah, I've seen this whole verdict like 15 times or whatever. But this is the important part.
The wounding of another during protests, social justice protests last year in Kenosha, Wisconsin. We want to
At least for my reaction purposes.
go right to NBC's Gabe Gutierrez. He's there. He's been covering this case from the start. Tell us what the reaction you're seeing right now is, Gabe.
Well, hi there, Lester. As you mentioned, Kyle Rittenhouse found not guilty on all counts. A small crowd of demonstrators that has really been here throughout most of the trial is also here. Within the past few moments, we have seen supporters of Kyle Rittenhouse say, "Free Rittenhouse," and also the Second Amendment is alive. And Lester, that is a theme that has run throughout this case. The jury apparently siding with the defense, which argued throughout this trial that Kyle Rittenhouse came down here to Kenosha to protect
Apparently siding with the defense.
the city from rioters, and that he only acted in self-defense once he was attacked. Of course, the prosecution had made the argument that you shouldn't be able to claim.
And a lot of people were saying when Kyle was on the stand, he cried like that. He was having like PTSD because he didn't intend to actually kill these people. He was defending himself. So to me, right here, when he's collapsing, he's acting the same way as he did on trial. He's like, it's like the weird way he's breathing. This is confirmation that what he did on the stand was not crocodile tears. And in my thumbnail, actually, you can see real tears coming out of his eyes. So there's that.
Self-defense, if this is a danger you helped create, essentially arguing that Kyle Rittenhouse was the aggressor. But this jury of 12 sided with the defense.
Yeah, this was the most scumbaggy, just utter ruthless, no morals prosecutor that you've ever seen. He violated the constitutional rights several times he questioned why Kyle and one of the witnesses retained a lawyer. And he tried to hold that against them as if that meant that they were guilty. And that is like, the judge almost threw it out right there. I mean, the prosecutor should be disbarred just for that. So just the biggest scumbags that you could ever. They pulled the dirtiest tricks any prosecutor could ever pull. They withheld the high resolution footage of video of what they claimed was Kyle. This was their linchpin of Kyle pointing a rifle at someone else to try and make it seem like he was the aggressor. So they got caught presenting at trial the low resolution version of this when the high resolution version did not show what they purported, because it only kind of looked like it when it was under low resolution. And what the big prosecutor, the round one, Kraus, I think, had video editing software on his computer. Okay, so I mean, yeah, those guys were out of control.
Again, Lester, Kyle Rittenhouse acted in self-defense. He is now found not guilty. You saw him inside that courtroom breaking down in tears, hugging his attorneys. But after a trial that lasted almost 3 weeks, the jury coming back with this verdict after about 24 hours of deliberations.
There were 3 people shot, Gabe, so the defense had contended in each of those cases.
So far it seems pretty neutral news at this point, but it doesn't stay like this.
That Kyle Rittenhouse feared for his life, that the others were the aggressors.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 3 people were shot. 2 of them were killed. The third person who was shot and wounded, Gage Grosskreutz, actually testified earlier on in this trial. He was one of the prosecution's witnesses. Some legal analysts saying that some of his testimony actually ended up backing up the defense's claim of self-defense. But this is a trial that got a lot of attention here.
Yeah, not only were the prosecutors just utter scumbags, they were completely incompetent. Almost all of their testimony ended up helping the defense. Gage Grosskreutz, who was the one who was not killed, but he was shot, ended up testifying after lying about it, but the defense cross-examined him really well. They got him to admit that Kyle only shot him once he aimed his own gun at Kyle. And Gage Grosskreutz, he tried to pull a fake surrender. So he was running at Kyle as he was being assaulted, and then he put his arms up as in a surrender position. And when Kyle put his gun down to not shoot Gage, that's when he pulled his gun out, and that's when he got shot. And in the trial, Gage said that he did not do that, that Kyle shot him without him aiming his gun, and then the defense got him to admit that he lied about that. So Kyle actually was doing very good gun control, trigger discipline.
Here in Kenosha and really around the country.
Real quick, the Rosenbaum guy was the one who attacked Kyle with a skateboard, and Anthony Huber, Huber was the guy who attacked him with a skateboard. Rosenbaum, turned out, was actual scum, a mental patient and a child abuser, multiple convicted. Gage Grosskreutz, the one who didn't get killed, he was also had like burglary and assault charges, a bunch of these. And it's not to say that it's okay to kill these people. It's to say these were aggressive people who they're not just minding their own business. Their MO is being aggressive and abusing people.
As testing the limits of self-defense. And for those who may not have been originally familiar with this case, this all
Kyle was also attacked by who was deemed jump kick man, and he was swarmed as well. So the prosecution kept trying to make this case that oh, Kyle should have just let them beat on him a little bit. He had no reasonable expectation to fear for his life, being actively beaten by several assailants and having a gun aimed at him.
Happened during the unrest that followed the police shooting of a black man, Jacob Blake. Rittenhouse coming to Kenosha from his home in Antioch, Illinois, just over the state line.
Of course, they have to mention that he was a black man because it can't be police brutality unless you're a black man. Like, I'm 100% against police brutality. You're not going to meet someone who's more against the police in general than I am. But I'm just not going to get distracted by, like, they shoot everyone. They're dicks to every race. That's my whole thing.
And bringing an AR-15 style rifle. Now, Lester, he originally was charged with more counts, and at one point during this trial, the judge actually dismissed the 6th count of gun possession by a minor.
And it's not just about police killings. The problem with the police is much greater than just they kill people, because the killing is actually not. They don't kill that many people. It's bad. Don't get me wrong, but the amount of abuse that they do goes far beyond killings.
The defense arguing that Wisconsin law did not apply to long-barreled rifles, and so that count was dropped. Some legal analysts say that count perhaps was the prosecution's best chance of a conviction, but they did not have that. That did not go to the jury. They were deliberating on 5 felony counts, the most serious of which was first-degree intentional homicide. And as you mentioned, Lester, if convicted, he faced the possibility of life in prison. But again, the jury siding with the defense, finding Kyle Rittenhouse not guilty on all counts.
And we note, of course, those on the courthouse steps behind you.
One of the counts was also reckless endangerment, because one of the arguments was that, Kyle is firing while there's a crowd around him. So I guess for that to be reckless endangerment, you don't have a right to fire a gun as long as you're being attacked by a crowd or being attacked while being near a crowd. So that doesn't make sense. So good thing it's good that he was acquitted.
Can you characterize the crowd, how the crowd may have reacted at the verdict?
Yes, Lester, behind me, there's been a small contingency here outside the courthouse each day.
I haven't heard anything about like riots in response to this yet. It's cold outside, so generally that doesn't happen in the winter. But kind of surprised. Hopefully this goes over fairly smoothly. Well, I hope it does go over smoothly, but.
And many of them were actually supporters or family members of Jacob Blake, the man who was shot and paralyzed in that police shooting. They were here each day. Several supporters of Kyle Rittenhouse as well, and supporters of gun rights had actually been outside this courthouse. There have been a few minor skirmishes, a few arrests outside of the courthouse, but Lester, the temperature here in Kenosha in terms of unrest is much different than it was last summer when all these events unfolded. Most of these demonstrations have been peaceful, but still, Lester, there had been a tension over the city. Just this week, several schools had switched to virtual learning in anticipation of a possible verdict. The governor had authorized several hundred National Guard members to be on standby. They were never deployed, but there was a lot of there was some tension here and a lot of preparation by local authorities not to have a repeat of what had happened last summer during the initial unrest following the shooting of Jacob Blake. But again, the reaction here, Lester, just some minor reaction saying, supporting the Second Amendment from those who are happy to see this verdict and who supported Kyle Rittenhouse, with the jury finding him not guilty on all counts.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. We'll be coming back to you, but right now joining us is former New York federal and state prosecutor Tali Farhadian Weinstein.
The panel. This is what I'm really trying to get to.
She's also an NBC News legal analyst. We appreciate you being with us. First, if you can address the whole issue of self-defense, is that often successful, or as it was in this case?
It is not often successful the way it was in this case, but Lester, it's important to note that Wisconsin's self-defense law is pretty much standard in putting the burden on the prosecution to disprove self-defense. And that's the theory that the jury clearly bought here.
She kind of says it like they bought bullshit, Yeah, so the prosecution failed to prove that Kyle did anything that they said, that his intent was to go to kill people, his intent was to start trouble. The judge actually withheld evidence that would have shown that the assailants went there with the intent to start shit, because they had long criminal records of doing so. I don't think Huber, I think, probably had the least record. I'm not remembering anything that he's done criminally, so I'm not going to state that for now.
Prosecution was criticized at times by many onlookers for the way it conducted the case. When we look at this case, are we going to look at the performance of the prosecution, or just did the facts simply not make a case that argued against what Rittenhouse was saying?
Yes, it's both. The prosecution was horrible, and the facts. That was why the prosecution was so horrible, is because every fact that they brought up just helped the defense, and the facts themselves helped the defense. This is as clear-cut a case of self-defense as it gets.
You know, I think when we sit with this verdict, what we are going to look at is the really dangerous combination of liberal self-defense laws, like the ones in Wisconsin around the country, and the
liberal self-defense laws. So is she characterizing the fact that, so she's not saying liberal as in leftist, which I think is a good thing, but it means loose. So is she saying it's liberal because it puts the onus on the prosecution to prove that it was not self-defense? Is that why it's so liberal? Either way, she's basically saying it's too easy to get away with self-defense. And if she's implying that it's too easy to get away with self-defense because the onus is on the state to prove their case, which is the legal standard for any charges brought against you, then that is an extremely dangerous precedent to set. That's setting the precedent that you're guilty until proven innocent.
accessibility of guns, because in the end, his argument, which prevailed, was that his own gun, Kyle Rittenhouse's own gun, is what put him in danger and what justified him using deadly force. If he had not had that gun in his hand, then he would not have been in a position to invoke the self-defense theory. And
okay, so she's saying that his own gun was what put him in danger, meaning that it was him merely being armed was provocation to conflict. So, while I agree that yes, he was targeted because he had a gun, that's not, you're allowed to have guns. That's like asking what was she wearing? You know? It's like, so if someone targets a young woman for wearing slutty clothes, yes, she wouldn't have been targeted and assaulted if she was wearing more modest clothing. However, it is not her responsibility. She's not provoking this, even if it is the cause, because it was the person's decision to react that way to a lawful action, and carrying a rifle was a lawful action. Even at his age of 17, it turns out that 16 and up, you can have a rifle open carry in Wisconsin.
And I think we're going to be sitting with that toxic combination of self-defense and the proliferation of guns for a really long time.
The prosecution had made the...
So this is a toxic combination. Yeah, that's what she's saying, is the fact that you can carry guns around and it's legal to defend yourself if someone attacks you for having a weapon on you. That's a toxic combination. I think it's more toxic. To allow assailants on the street to just attack you for being armed and not allow you to defend yourself. So, okay, what happens if we remove one of those equations? So you can open carry, but you can't defend yourself. So all of a sudden, a legal action is now deemed provocation to violence, just if someone happens to think that. But if we remove the right to a weapon, but we keep self-defense, then you're not going to be able to carry guns to defend yourself. You're only going to be able to carry a knife or nunchucks, which are not legal for people under 18, so they can't defend themselves. And there's going to be criminals who have guns that you're not legally allowed to shoot, because if you have a gun, then now you're a criminal if you stop a criminal with a gun. So neither of those make sense. It's not a toxic combination. That is just the laws. It's been intended for hundreds of years.
The argument in their closing arguments that you can't provoke something and then claim it was self-defense. Maybe you can. Is that what this says?
So the complaints went from, oh, he crossed state lines with a gun, so there he could, in the commission of that illegal action, he can't claim self-defense. Now it goes to, well, he provoked it because he was pointing the rifle at people. They couldn't prove that. So now it's at, well, he provoked it merely by having a weapon.
It says that, at least in this case, the jury...
Defense. Prosecution had made the argument in their closing arguments that you can't provoke something and then claim it was self-defense. Maybe you can. Is that what this says?
It says that...
Yeah, so Lester Holt, he's been seemingly fairly neutral up to this point, but now he's saying, oh, he's agreeing with the narrative that having the weapon is provocation, because he's asking now, since he got off, is the decision essentially saying that it's okay to provoke and claim self-defense, which it is. If you start a fight, like a fist fight, and then the other person starts trying to kill you, and then you kill them in self-defense, that's still legal. It's much harder to prove. Much, much harder to prove, but still, that is legal.
At least in this case, the jury read provocation really narrowly. So they did not accept the theory that him just being there with a dangerous weapon was provocative. And I think when they broke it down with each of the three victims...
So, and she's disagreeing. She's saying that this is a bad thing, that the jury did not accept just being there with a weapon was provocation. Which, if they had accepted that, would be insane. This is full mask off right now.
Victims, they stepped into his shoes and they agreed with Rittenhouse that he was in danger and that he was justified in taking the violent actions that he did.
And how do you think the social impact of this will be? It's probably hard to read, but a lot of folks will take what they want out of this verdict.
That's right. It was polarizing going in, and it's going to be polarizing going out. You know, we just heard in your report about Second Amendment activists already being on the ground there in Wisconsin. And I think hanging over this is also a Supreme Court case that's currently pending about whether states can be as restrictive as some of them are, as New York is, in prohibiting people from having concealed handguns. And, you know, this verdict and this whole episode is a lesson that may well bear on decisions like that coming down.
Telly, I'll ask you to stand by for a second.
Yeah, the Gage Grosskreutz had an illegally concealed weapon, but everyone's defending him. It's okay that he illegally concealed a handgun and went to shoot Kyle for having a gun displayed. Okay, so it's just topsy-turvy. Like, there's no actual standard behind this. This is why none of this makes sense. It's just right-wing guy supports cops, therefore wrong. Shot protesters for black guy, therefore correct. The protesters were correct. The rioters, actually.
To remind folks who may be joining us, not guilty on all counts for Kyle Rittenhouse in the killing of 2 people and wounding another during a protest last year in Kenosha, Wisconsin. As we continue our coverage of that, joining us now is Georgetown School of Law professor and NBC News legal analyst Paul Butler. Paul, great to see you. Your early observations and thoughts at this verdict.
The not guilty verdict means that the jurors believed Mr. Rittenhouse's use of force was justified. They found that he reasonably believed that each of the 3 people he shot posed a deadly threat. And it also means that the jurors found that Mr. Rittenhouse was not the aggressor. He didn't provoke any of this, and in the eyes of the law is now a victim. Lester, I think Mr. Rittenhouse probably won this case by taking the stand. He had a constitutional right not to testify, but when the defense is self-defense, jurors want to hear a story. Mr. Rittenhouse's narrative was that the first person he killed followed him and tried to grab his gun. The second attacked him with a skateboard, and the third person he shot pointed a gun at him. The jury looked at the video, the testimony, and apparently it found...
Well, he certainly is a victim. of assault and PTSD. This is not over. I mean, the federal prosecutors, or well, I don't know, top Democrats want federal charges brought against him. And there's a lot of defamation going on, and he's going to have to deal with this PTSD for the rest of his life. He did not want to kill these people. But sometimes you have to use force to protect yourself. He didn't know, oh, I'm just going to hit you on the head with a skateboard and you know, just leave you alone after that. You don't negotiate with a mob assaulting you.
Found reasonable doubt. That's the standard for a not guilty verdict.
The prosecution lost on some points that things it wanted to do, things it wanted to say. Do you think any of those really came into play ultimately?
You know, there were concerns throughout the trial that the judge took the scales in front in favor of Mr. Rittenhouse, including
Chris Peacock, the Guardian or the Telegraph reported he shot black people. That's insane. Like, these are basic facts. Was that early on? Because if it was recently, that's completely inexcusable. I can see a outlet saying he shot some black people just because it was a protest for police brutality against racial injustice, when the facts weren't all out. But I mean, the video was out the night of, so news media is dead in this country.
By excluding some evidence that the prosecutors thought was really probative. They had video of Mr. Rittenhouse beating up a teenage girl, another video of him looking at people he thought were stealing from a CB.
Okay, that's not true. The video of him supposedly beating up a teenage girl, I think somehow his sister was involved in that or something, but it's also unconfirmed that was Kyle. I don't know where I heard the sister thing. I just heard that, so don't quote me on that, but I watched the video. He's just breaking up a fight between two girls. So the media, they leave out key facts. They lie while being technically correct. So, oh, well, he beat up a girl, but okay, you leave out the context of what actually happened. They make it sound like, oh, he just went up to a girl and just started beating on her because he was angry or something. No, he was breaking up a fight and thus became involved in the fight. But there's nothing really wrong with that. It wasn't a fight between him and someone else. It was a fight between two third-party people, and he was breaking it up.
CVS drugstore and saying, man, I wish I had my gun. That might have made a difference to a jury, but the judge thought that it was inadmissible. Based on the verdict, concerns about the judge and the prosecution will go away when a defendant is found.
Yeah, people make like threats like that. Oh yeah, I wish I had my gun. That's not. That doesn't go to serious intent. In this case, because as we know, he was there without any pretense of needing to get involved in this. He was there cleaning up graffiti and then got called to be like a security, and like he just kind of happened to have a gun, so he brought it with him. His friend did, actually. It wasn't actually his gun.
Not guilty, the verdict is final. The prosecution cannot appeal, so those concerns will go away in a legal forum. I think that there are some people who will not have confidence in this verdict, Lester, based on those concerns about the prosecution and the judge.
There was video of these confrontations, but also ultimately, is the jury not simply asked to go and...
The judge didn't admit evidence that both sides wanted, so he's not biased.
Inside the mind of the individual, what they thought, what they perceived as a threat?
So the jury has to do two things. One, it has to find that Mr. Rittenhouse himself actually believed that he faced a deadly threat from each of the three people who he assailed. And second, that belief was reasonable, that another reasonable person would have had the same concern. And so in accepting Mr. Rittenhouse's self-defense, the jury was either persuaded by him, or maybe they thought the evidence probably favored the prosecution, but probably is not good enough if it's a criminal case. The standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt means that the jury has to be around 95% certain.
All right. Thank you. I want to go to Washington Post columnist Eugene Robinson to give us a little bit of the bigger context. And the context, of course, this was all...
So that guy was a little more reasonable because he's a legal analyst and he knows he can't really cross the line. And he knows what is the reasonable standard for, innocent until proven guilty.
Taking place, Eugene, during a protest over the shooting of a black man by police.
Yeah, that's a good point too, Chris. In addition to, having to live with this for the rest of his life, he's going to be a target. He's going to be public enemy number one of the extreme political faction on the left. I'm not characterizing the entire left, but he knows he's going to have to look over his shoulder for probably the rest of his life. He's going to have to change his look. And unfortunately, this is how people get pushed to extremes. He's going to be tempted to start associating with some of the far right because they're going to want to use him kind of as a little mascot. Hopefully he doesn't fall in with that, but this is how people get pushed to extremes. Because now, guess who's gonna come protect him? It's gonna be the enemy of these people who hate him so much.
When you look at that bigger context, will this always stand apart, or will this be a case that's strictly about self-defense?
Well, it stands a bit apart, Lester, but it's not strictly about self-defense in my view. I mean, there is the issue of how the prosecution presented its case. Had prosecution presented the case all along that it presented in its closing arguments, namely that the people Kyle Rittenhouse says he perceives as a deadly threat. Actually, the reason they were coming at him was they perceived him as a deadly threat because he had this huge military-style weapon and was running up and down the street, and they were...
Okay, so no, that they did make that point the whole time, but the jury did not buy that merely being armed is a provocation to violence. You can't make that case. This columnist now thinks that the prosecution might have been more successful if they just pushed harder on this dumb argument that merely being there while armed with a rifle, he was provoking violence and reasonably making the protesters think that their lives were threatened. Which everyone in this country knows open carry is a thing. Second Amendment audits are a thing. People walk around with rifles just to show that they can. And there were tons of people walking around that protest with rifles. Okay. And one of the assailants had a gun. So I guess is the standard if you have a big scary gun and you're showing it, that's provocation? Well, there's a legal standard between brandishing and merely possessing a weapon. So that would have failed as well. Because this is apparently a reasonable jury.
Just trying to, in effect, protect themselves. But the prosecution didn't really make that case. They argued it in closing arguments. And then, of course, the judge in this case has a long history of being pro-defendant.
He says that like that's a bad thing. Being pro-defendant. If there was any bias that you should have, and our legal system does have a bias, at least in theory, I don't think in practice it quite does. Because in theory, you're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. And in theory, you're supposed to be given a trial so that the state doesn't just unilaterally decide that you're guilty. So in theory, the process is supposed to be biased toward defendants. Better that 10 innocent people or 100 guilty people go free than one innocent person be jailed. Right? And I agree with that. And that is a bias towards the defendant. It is much better to err on the side of the most innocent people being least affected. Because if a guilty person gets away with it, well, you know what? The harm is already done. We're just there to try and prevent future harm. But if you're locking up an innocent person, you're definitely adding harm.
No, look, in our legal system, if you want a judge to lean one way or the other, you want the judge to lean toward all defendants rather than leaning toward all prosecutors. So, so there are unique things about this case.
Okay, yes, he's right about that.
What concerns me, though, is that the result will be seen as a vindication of vigilantism, of what Kyle Rittenhouse was doing, the larger context of what he was doing.
But he thinks that this is a vindication of vigilantism. The fact that it was even brought to trial should make people think twice in the first place. People are not just going to go ham on vigilantism. And this was not vigilantism either. Everyone who has been following this and is on Kyle's side knows the argument. This was not vigilantism. This was self-defense. This is not like the Ahmaud Arbery case where the people were attempting a citizen's arrest, that they were actually trying to enforce a law as private citizens. This is a case of self-defense. Kyle was not trying to enforce order in the capacity of a law enforcement. He was attempting to dissuade people from burning cars at a particular lot, but he was not trying to arrest anyone. He wasn't even trying to stop fights. He was running for his life and defending his life.
During these demonstrations over the shooting of Jacob Blake, he came across state lines carrying a military-style assault weapon with what in it?
These buzzwords, across state lines, military style. Like it matters. If it's legal, it is legal. It doesn't matter how scary you think it looks. It's not provocation. And it's not reasonable to think that. And he lived 15 minutes away. He lives on the border. It doesn't matter. You can cross state lines. I don't know why, these kind of people, they don't think there should be any line between the U.S. and Mexico, but as soon as you cross between Illinois and Wisconsin, that's forfeit your rights. And he definitely did not bring that gun over the state lines. This gun never left Wisconsin.
What end? To protect property that he had nothing to do with. When his property, there were police on the scene, duly authorized and trained law.
They were standing down. In related protests to this same event, the police did nothing. Cars were burned. They lost merchandise because the police were not getting involved. They were just standing there. That's why this business called in a bunch of, basically Boy Scouts to help them. And, what did he say?
Enforcement doing when his property, there were police on the scene, duly.
Property he had nothing to do with. So what? What are those protesters there for? They're protesting someone else who they have nothing to do with, who got shot. Okay? You're allowed to go, help people. You know that, right?
Authorized and trained law enforcement officers who were prepared to handle whatever situation arose. Yet he came in, appointing himself.
Yeah, Charles Christensen, I think they definitely do want the feds to get involved, but this has been a talking point since day one. I think the way that they're using it is evolving, obviously. The reason they want it just sounds scarier because they want it to sound like he traveled a long ways away to get to this place. Like he had to go through significant effort to join this protest. Like he was traveling across the nation just to get to shoot some people. No, he basically lived there. He worked there. His family lived there. But they're trying to make it sound, if it started as he can't claim self-defense because somehow it's illegal to bring a gun across state lines. And they're trying to make it sound like he went to great effort. So it's just dishonest all around.
himself as some sort of enforcer. And to the extent that this legitimizes that line of thinking, that line of action, I think it's very dangerous, and it's very worrisome going forward. This is a divided country on hair trigger on a lot of issues, and it's a country in which there are more guns than people.
That's why it's so dangerous for you to start saying that it should be provocation to merely be armed, to open carry, and thankfully, people will probably think twice about that because of this trial. But if you're going around spreading the narrative, oh, this trial was a farce, it shouldn't have ended like this, a just trial would say that holding a gun in public is provocation. Well, the chances of someone shooting someone else now just for having a gun or attacking them have increased because of this dangerous misinformation. That's what they call stochastic terrorism. It's any action, basically incitement to violence, but a little less so, that any action that increases the likelihood that someone will engage in violence.
And I was just going to say, you touched on a lot of points that are going to be the topic of a lot of conversation going forward based on what has happened today. We'll be getting into all that tonight when I see you on Nightly News. That concludes our coverage of the verdict in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Again, not guilty.
Okay, originally this was like a live stream. It went on for like 2 hours, and it's been cut down to just this 20-minute segment. So, kind of cut out some of the more insane things, perhaps purposefully, that was said here. So, I had a backup. Good old Young Turks. This will go on for about a similar amount of time, I think.
All right, we got a great power panel for you guys today, but we don't have great news for you, so it is what it is. Joining us is John Iadarola and Morgan Harper. She's back. Morgan is running for Senate in Ohio, an incredibly important race, and she's, of course, a former consumer protection attorney at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Morgan, how you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Good to be here.
All right, good to have you. Of course, everybody get ready to Morganize.
Oh yeah, Brainbug, I'll start the whole thing over for you. Just after you tell me what species the Droideka is. What species of bug that's supposed to be? We'll start over.
At morganharper.org. But unfortunately, there is good news in the show today. But unfortunately, we're gonna have to start off with bad news from the Rittenhouse case. John.
We do, yes. Kyle Rittenhouse has been found not guilty in the shooting and killing of 2 men and the attempted killing of a third by a Wisconsin jury after 4 days and over 25 hours of deliberations. The panel also cleared him of attempted intentional homicide for severely wounding Gage Grosskreutz, a 27-year-old paramedic from suburban Milwaukee who was there that night volunteering his medical services. Rittenhouse was also acquitted on 2 counts of recklessly endangering safety. I mean, they say there that he's a paramedic, but he wasn't holding an assault rifle, so he doesn't seem like an authentic medic in this context. In any event, we want to show you a little bit from the announcement.
I guess medics in war are not authentic medics because they're carrying weapons.
That's the first count of the information, Joseph Rosenbaum. We, the jury, find the defendant Kyle H. Rittenhouse not guilty. As to the second count of the information, Richard McGinnis. We find the defendant. We, the jury.
Of the weapons charge. From the perspective of our judicial system, he did nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong. Don't get into his motives. His actions were perfect. He shouldn't have made any different choices. Everything he did is fine. And that is, unfortunately, I think.
No, you can still put yourself in stupid situations. And I'm sure Kyle is feeling that now. But you know what? If things get out of control, even if it was fairly predictable, if you go to like an out of control thing and you have to defend your life, you're allowed to defend your life. You don't just give up your right to self-defense just because you shouldn't have been there in the first place. Sorry. Even criminals are allowed some right of self-defense in the commission of crimes.
The lesson that some individuals are going to take away from this. If you had an interest in
and you're encouraging that message.
Having a gun and going somewhere and ending up in some sort of situation, well, you can now be assured on 2 things. You already knew that you'd be able to raise millions of dollars to crowdsource your defense. You'd become a celebrity on the right, and now you've been told by the state that it's probably totally fine legally too. So I know.
you're trying to reinforce that message. Everyone on the right is still thinks that the system is going to screw with them no matter what. That they're going to mostly, at least I think they're going to try and be careful. Obviously, there's going to be some maniacs, yes. But unlike the rhetoric going on around this case, on the left, just having a verdict is not like stochastic terrorism. You have to rule on this one way or the other.
We might disagree about some of the specifics of this, but the incentives that this is providing for more potential vigilantes, and Fox News is doing everything they can every day to encourage more people to do this, is that you do not have to fear legal consequences.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so yeah, people are just going to want to put themselves in a situation where they become national targets, where they go through a year-long or perhaps longer trial where they might get convicted. Yeah, it's real incentive right there. No. And most people don't want to shoot people either. You realize this, right? They don't want to go through all this just to be like, yeah, I took one down.
Look, there are at least two different issues here, and we'll have to talk through both of them at a minimum. I think there's a bunch of other peripheral issues like the world's worst mom. So I want to get back to that later. But the two issues are, did the jury rule correctly? And should he have been convicted? Should he have been acquitted in the case as a matter of law? And Morgan, I'm curious about your thoughts on that in a second as well. And then the second issue is what he did okay. Okay, now, if I don't think that it's quite sending the message that John said from a legal perspective. When someone is not proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, that doesn't mean that the state is saying what they did was okay. So O.J. Simpson was also acquitted because they could not prove beyond.
So he's right about this, but he's about to compare Kyle Rittenhouse to O.J. Simpson.
On a reasonable doubt that he did it, it doesn't mean the state of California thought that it was great what O.J. Simpson might have done. Okay, now I think he did it, and in the case of Rittenhouse, just because he gets acquitted does not mean the state thinks it was hunky dory. They just couldn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. It's going to lead to the second issue in a second. But why did they rule the way that they did? Well, we told you all along it was a tough case as we were covering it because look, there was. First of all, the legal standard is really important, guys, and we didn't get this completely right throughout, and I want to clarify it here. Most states say that when you go to a self-defense argument, as Rittenhouse did, the burden of proof then shifts, and you've got to prove an affirmative case of self-defense. That is not the case in Wisconsin, which greatly helps Rittenhouse and makes this ruling even more understandable from a legal perspective. In Wisconsin, you still have to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt, which makes it much harder. Now, in the case of the first...
That seems like a reasonable standard to me. Because, I mean, it is difficult. Because you can just kill someone and say, well, I had to defend my life. And without footage, maybe I'd have a different attitude if, like, whether or not you have footage of the event. But it's just, you can't have a standard where you're just guilty until proven innocent. Now, I understand why you would have to prove self-defense because you took a life. Like, if that's not in dispute, you need to show why that killing was justified. But at least in this case, that distinction doesn't matter because it's on tape. The facts are there. There's not like an ambiguous situation of how this started. Canine Strike, are you an ANCAP or just a standard libertarian? I'm closer to ANCAP, but I'm kind of on the fence. I lean anarchist, but I understand that my position is more like, well, the state is definitely an evil. Taxation is definitely theft. However, it might be necessary. It might be a necessary evil. It might be a justified theft. I'm on the fence about that. I don't think people at this point are ready for anarchy. But I think on paper, it works, and it works in most situations. Most interactions between people do not require a government. We just regulate ourselves. You don't break into your neighbor's house just because you want their stuff, and you don't not do it just because you might get arrested, right? I'd like to think most of us engage in basic human decency because it's right and not just because we might get caught, right? But there's some larger things that we might have to sacrifice just for basic stability. I think that's up for discussion, and that's kind of my position. I wouldn't say I'm a standard libertarian either. Like, I think I would consider pollution to be a form of aggression, and I would consider the nation's health, like healthcare, to be. I would say that should be considered national defense. Like, I don't see a difference between a pathogen and a invasion force. It doesn't matter whether it's a human or not. It's a threat to citizens' health, whether it's a bullet or a virus or frickin' someone selling carcinogenic protein powder. I don't know. But I'm a capitalist, so I believe in property rights. Yeah, the thing that I'm on the fence about is how would you enforce fraud? How would you in anarchy, how would you stop people from being fraudulent? I think there's some good arguments on both sides, so that's why I'm a fence sitter. But I think there's promise. So anyway,
the person that he shot, it was Rosenbaum who had thrown a plastic bag at him, but someone had shot nearby. He heard the guns.
They keep saying plastic. He threw a plastic bag. There was stuff in the plastic bag, but he wasn't shot because of the plastic bag. He was shot when he was on top of Kyle, physically assaulting him and trying to take the gun. It's not like he threw the plastic bag with heavy things inside of it. I think this was his discharge bag from the hospital. So it could have been it could have been heavy enough to hurt him. No, he closed the distance, and he was on top of Kyle when he got shot.
Sound, then he apparently thought something was being thrown at him. He kills the first guy. The second guy hit him with a skateboard. Now, I wouldn't kill anyone if they hit me with a skateboard, but I know the right wing. They're very
It's very convenient to sit there and say, "Oh, I wouldn't have convicted." Or sorry, I wouldn't have killed anyone if I was hit in the head with a skateboard. No, I would show restraint. No, but Cenk seems like the hothead. He challenged Joe Rogan to fight over, I don't know, just Joe Rogan being Joe Rogan. So I'm pretty sure if you smack this guy in the head with a wooden board with metal attached to it, I'm pretty sure this guy would fly off the frickin' handle. And if there were multiple right-wingers rushing at him with a skateboard and a gun and fists and kicking him, yeah, I think Cenk might be singing a different tune at his trial.
Fragile, very weak. And so they think, if you look at me kind of wrong, I'm afraid for my life and I'll murder you. But in the case of the...
And I love how he just frames it as right-wingers. You know, even I've been couching everything I've been saying in generalities as extremes on the left and the right. But these guys are just in the business of smearing anyone on the right, which I am not a part of, by the way. I don't consider myself to be part of the right. If I had to pick left or right, I'd have to say kind of left, but not in the traditional sense. Right wing is about, technically, it's about inequalities being natural or good, and the left wing is about fighting disenfranchisement from those inequalities. So I believe in both. So, I mean, and I guess I would be centrist in that sense. So, but I consider the left to be my former side at least. So I feel a lot more betrayal when people on the left are being crazy than the right, because I was never on the right, and I'm still not.
Law and the jury here, I don't think the jury's the issue. I don't think that this was an atrocious ruling. I'm curious what you guys think, because they're put in a situation where one guy, they have to say beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act in self-defense. I think the real issue is, as a matter of precedent in the country, do we want people walking around with weapons, provoking people, and then as soon as they're threatened in any way, start to kill people? Because if this is the standard.
So yeah, but he's going with walking around with a weapon is provocation. So you can't defend yourself if you have a weapon. At least not an AR-15 or a rifle. You're not allowed to defend yourself if you have a self-defense weapon somehow. And yes, Jason, I do believe Kyle is of mixed race. He has some Latin American descent. So, I mean, it's not always a racial thing, but it's a tribal thing, whatever political side you're on.
We're going to have massive vigilante violence in this country. So, but before I move on to that topic, Morgan, what do you think about the legal ruling?
Yeah, I mean,
we're going to have massive political violence because of people who are encouraging panic, like Cenk and the Young Turks, who say that every time something bad that they don't like happens, that it's white supremacy and that white supremacists rule the nation, and that people like Kyle are just going around murdering people wantonly, and that the system is set up to acquit murderers because they're white. That's encouraging violence in the country. That's leading to violence. Let's see, Tyrone Jackson. Communism doesn't work because people like to own stuff. Yep. Yeah. Like, I don't want to be told what I can do. I want to buy a thing, and if I want to make vagina cupcakes, then I want to see if my idea is going to float on the open market. I only say that 'cause it's the weirdest thing the weirdest business model I could think of, because there's the adult bakeries, Someone had to take that chance, and if you had to go through like a commissar, well, I want to bake cakes that look like dicks. No. But if it's my decision, if I get to use my money, my labor, to take the chance, then I get to, and it fails on the whims of whether enough people like it or not. Or if I can somehow subsidize it from my second job or whatever. But you don't have that freedom in communism. And Tyrone also says, we need the private sector to create jobs. If the government could create jobs, communism would have worked, but it didn't. Tim Scott. And the previous quote was Frank Zappa. I don't know if I mentioned that. Jason, faithful, honest, and true. I accidentally clicked hide your message. Just send it again and I'll show it. I accidentally clicked hide. By default, I just show every message. But I made a mistake there, so just type it again. Yeah. Doug said he wants some vagina cupcakes, not the ones that look like dicks. Well, you can smash them together.
I think you're right in the sense that we have now put laws on the books all over this country that do greenlight exactly what you're saying, vigilante justice. We have individuals that are serving as the jury executioner all in one based on some kind of feeling that they're having. And so that's not exactly the jury's fault. That's a problem of our legal system. And these types of inconsistencies, one, are what continue to breed extreme distrust of our justice system. But then also, yeah, I think this is a scary moment where we continue to unleash people who believe that they can take matters into their own hands based on their individual impression of any given perceived threat of danger. That's really, really scary.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I'm going to need to hear that again.
Our justice system, one, light. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right in the sense that we have now put laws on the books all over this country that do green light exactly what you're saying, vigilante justice. We have individuals that are serving as the jury executioner. All
green lights, vigilante justice. Factually incorrect. He was not going around trying to enforce laws. He was, in fact, defending his life from aggressive assailants.
All in one based on some kind of feeling that they're having. And so that's not exactly the jury's fault.
Based on a feeling. So it was just, so she wants to defend Gage Grosskreutz, who, based on a feeling of, well, this guy has a gun, so, and Rosenbaum, this guy has a gun, so I'm feeling threatened, so I get to shoot him. Versus Kyle's feelings of getting a skateboard connected to his skull and having a gun pointed at him. I don't think those are feelings. Those are just facts. Those are imminent threats, factually. And the Anthony Huber, his feeling was, oh, the crowd said, get this guy, so I'm gonna get him. So, like, it's just literal opposite with these people.
Well, that's a problem of our legal system. And these types of inconsistencies, one, are what continue to breed extreme distrust of our justice system. But then also, yeah, I think this is a scary moment.
You know what breeds distrust of our justice system? Is the Young Turks, who think that everything that they don't like is just white supremacy and literal Nazis taking over the government. I wonder what breeds more distrust, that white supremacists are now in control of everything, or the fact that self-defense is alive and well. I wonder.
Where we continue to unleash people who believe that they can take matters into their own hands based on their individual impression of any given perceived threat of danger. That's really, really scary.
Yeah.
So the way it's worded, it's like she's framing it like he decided, like he's Judge Dredd, like he decided to execute these people because they were committing crimes. No, he was defending himself. He wasn't enforcing law. He was enforcing his right to remain a living being. Okay. This is just irresponsible on the highest level.
The whole thing, look, I care about the implications of this far more than the individual details of the particular case, but this leaves us with 1,000 interesting questions. So if it's just self-defense in the first case, so someone shoots nearby, so he gets to kill someone nearby, so you can just carry a gun, and anytime you hear a loud noise, you get to shoot someone? Like, that's insane. You should have to prove that there was a good and then after he shoots the first person, anyone else nearby with a gun would have presumably heard that shot, so they get to shoot someone.
No, it wasn't him hearing a loud noise. So this is referencing someone shooting a shot into the air at some point. And no, he didn't just shoot because he heard a loud noise. He shot, again, one, the man on top of him trying to take his gun. Two, a man hitting him in the head with what is not legally termed a deadly weapon, but which is a weapon and is deadly, a solid piece of wood with metal on it, a skateboard. And three, someone pointing a gun at him. None of those were a response to a loud noise. And in fact, he was hit by other people, at least one other person, the jump kick man, whose name was revealed, but I don't remember it. That's something that the prosecutor withheld. None of these were responses to having a shot, hearing a shot in the air. John Iadarola, you lying scum.
That's standing near them too. This is insane. And one of the most frustrating things for me about the right-wing responses is many of them will immediately say, well, it's self-defense, it's a law.
It's not just the right wing. I was surprised how many people, everyone in my chat agrees with me, and I don't think they're all right wing. We're all totally anti-religious. We're not all anti-religious and creationists. We've got a religious creationist in the chat. But most of my audience is atheist, anti-creationist, anti-right-wing extremist, and as we saw, a random selection of a jury of Kyle's peers, of presumably, they were randomly selected, presumably of mixed political opinion. Most centrists seem to believe that this case is a case of self-defense. It is not just right-wingers who think this.
You are not allowed to express any issue with the way self-defense is defined generally in this individual state, the way that it's adjudicated, who generally gets to use that defense. And we're just supposed to take it as given. We're supposed to just accept that the law as written is obviously right. It's not designed, nor in effect does it have particular outcomes. And we're being told this, I tweeted something to this effect earlier, by people who've spent the last half century trying to strip away women's reproductive rights.
So he's saying that it's designed to have particular outcomes for right-wingers, even though as one of the people he's trying to paint as a victim had a gun and tried to shoot someone? Like, what? How does being able to defend yourself with a gun in any way bias right-wingers? Unless you're just saying the entire left is anti gun possession. What?
They've never just complied with the law and thought, well, if it's the law, then we can never question it whatsoever. We can never wonder if it should be.
Yeah, good point, Charles. It's anti-left-wing extremism because the left wing likes to have guns too. At least the extreme left wing. Is that what you meant?
The way it is, and here it's just a law. Everyone shut up and let's only focus on the last 30 seconds. So anything before 30 seconds before he started killing people, you can't question. So you can't show him talk.
Well, that goes to imminence. Okay, so what if Kyle had pointed a gun at each of these men a year ago, and then a year later they all see him and say, that guy pointed a gun at me once, let's get him. That's not it. That's still self-defense, isn't it? So it goes to imminence. If Kyle threatened these guys, it would have had to be an imminent threat. So, and the facts of the case are, nothing Kyle did that entire night provoked violence, other than merely being armed, and that's not a reasonable standard for provocation, because that's legal, first of all, and it's moral, second of all, to be armed.
Talking on video about how he'd like to kill someone, you can't wonder why he would bring a gun to this sort of situation. Why did he have to be there in the first place? What media had he been consuming that was encouraging these sorts of vigilante things? You should only pay attention to the three.
What sort of vigilante things? And what media, what media might he be consuming where he understands that rioters are burning down his town and the town of people who have businesses, who have families to feed? Like, any media? What kind of media has he been consuming? Well, hopefully not ones that are just telling him that, oh, rioting is fine, burning down shops is fine. I don't know if it's this one or at some point I saw someone give a take of, who cares about a measly old car shop if it gets burned down? It's totally worthless. These people don't realize, well, first of all, they criticize capitalism, that we're totally dependent on making money to survive. But it's okay if someone burns down your way of making money. Okay.
3 or 4 seconds before the shot, and that's it. Well, I'm sorry, I can't be so idiotic as that. I have to wonder what went into it, what decisions were made, and whether it's the law in Wisconsin that you should consider that or not. I think we should. And I would say, by the way, they generally don't want you to think about any of this stuff, and yet they've all settled on this bizarre, not even legal argument, because they'll never be explicit about it, that you should not be bothered by the murders because, hey, it turned out 1 or 2 of the people he shot had done bad things. Never mind that he didn't know about that. That's
not the argument. That goes to their state of mind. that they're habitual assaulters, that they are habitually aggressive people and criminals. So, and that most of that was not even allowed at trial, because it is kind of irrelevant to their particular state of mind at that time. But in general, people make those kind of arguments to say, look, this is a guy who assaults children. He's a crazy person. Earlier in the night, he was getting into fights with other people. So this is just kind of his behavioral MO. This is how he acts. He attacks people. So this is the kind of person he is. And also, yeah, I mean, most people do not feel bad that a pedophile got killed. Like, okay, they're allowed to feel that way.
Remind that even if he did, he doesn't get to just execute bad people when he comes across them on the street. But they think
that's not why he killed them.
Motivations of the people who died should go into our evaluation of this, but not the motivations of the guy who took a gun he never should have had across state lines and went to this protest.
Well, they were questioned. The prosecutor questioned why he even had a lawyer, why he was silent, why he didn't talk to the media about it. And it was brought up. His intent was brought up. The reason he was there was brought up several times. They talked about it. Just wasn't the reason that the Young Turks want. Because they want him to have gone there to shoot people. That is relevant. If you could somehow show that, like, if he wrote down, hopefully I get in a fight tonight, gonna shoot me some left-wingers, gonna shoot me some commies tonight. If he posted that somewhere, or if he said that, that would be absolutely relevant.
All of that is worthy of at least a discussion and possibly legal reform, I think.
So now let me fully agree with John on the societal points at play here. So,
by the way, Vosh said, I think it was Vosh, maybe it was someone else, was saying it's very odd that Kyle was running away from these people, but he ran towards a couple of cars that were parked. It's a very odd place. Why would you run to be cornered? Well, you just, on this clip, you can see on my game, I keep running and accidentally cornering myself, and then people will kill me. So, yeah, it's not exactly, hindsight's always 20/20, you know?
First of all, guys, think about one of the points that John just made. So it's self-defense. If you hear a gunshot, you could just turn around and shoot someone. Well, then.
Yeah, Chris, they didn't watch the trial. A lot of these people didn't watch the trial. The Young Turks didn't even watch the videos from the night. Anna Kasparian admitted that she thought that Grosskreutz, or was it Rosenbaum? She thought Rosenbaum was Kyle, and Kyle was Rosenbaum. So, these people just do not... Young Turks is not news. They just report on... They just react to other people's reporting. Like, and it's not news. It's all emotional stuff. It's commentary.
Under that theory, someone nearby could have shot Rittenhouse and said, well, I heard a gunshot, and he had a gun, so...
That wasn't the defense, Chunk. The defense wasn't, I heard a gunshot, therefore acquitted. The jury did not go, oh, wait, he heard a gunshot? Let's acquit him. It was the physical contact and the aiming of the gun. The handgun.
Rosenbaum didn't have a gun. At that point, he didn't even have a plastic bag. He'd already thrown it.
Yeah.
So he had no weapon.
Yeah, Chris, Kyle is very upset, and he's definitely going to need counseling for the rest of his life. You don't ever want to kill people. Unless you're a psychopath, you're going to feel bad. Even if it's someone who's you're like ideologically opposed to, you don't want them to die. I don't want Cenk to die. I want him to change his mind, but I'm not going to laugh at him if he gets shot in the face, especially by me. You're going to have to replay that over and over because, yeah, you intended to stop them, but you're always going to be like, well, why didn't I aim a little bit lower? Because he shot Grosskreutz in the shoulder. He survived. You know, it's got to be killing him. I could have aimed better and saved these guys' lives. You know.
At all.
And he was visibly upset.
And a jury just ruled it's self-defense to shoot that unarmed man and kill him, okay? Because you heard a gunshot. Well, a lot of people heard Rittenhouse's gunshot. Could they have just executed him on the spot? And the answer is yes, according to the ruling we just had. If you hear a gunshot. Now.
Oh my God, this is like journalistic malpractice, like just the worst I've ever seen. Maybe not, but like I'm dumbfounded. Cenk is literally saying that the jury ruled that self-defense is justified by killing in self-defense is justified by hearing a gunshot. That is just a straight up lie. Like this isn't a question of them not understanding the trial or, you know, watching a different movie. Hey, look, I got first. This is lying. He knows. You can't convince me that he doesn't know that this jury acquitted him based on the assaults. There's no way that Cenk doesn't know that the jury didn't acquit on the basis of a gunshot being heard. That is just... Oh my God, I can't even believe this. I'm going to start my Discord so I can start up the voice chat so you guys can join if you want soon. So if I drop off for a second, that's why.
What if the person you're shooting is a cop? What if you heard a cop shooting, but you didn't bother looking, and you just turn around just like Rittenhouse did? You just turn around, boom, execute the cop. Well, you heard a gunshot. That's self-defense. Okay, and guys.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is a justification to defend yourself against police. Normally, you don't get the benefit of the doubt there, but that's, morally speaking, definitely. There have been legal cases where you can use force to defend yourself against police. Normally what happens is basically you let the police do whatever they want and then you sort it out in court later. But like George Floyd would have been justified in fighting back but it's just really hard to prove those cases because the police always get a benefit of the doubt. And that's one reason I'm really harsh against the police, because I don't think they should be treated. I don't think they should have a looser standard of conduct than a civilian, because that's just going to be abused. There's no real reason to do that because they have all the time and all the resources in the world to take things slow and to take things safe. So that's my position on that.
Guys, the skateboard, it's insanity. The one good job that the prosecution did was in the closing argument when they said, does anyone else have a right to self-defense? Or is only the person with the weapon allowed self-defense?
Well, one of them had a gun, so
really
presumably only the person with the biggest gun has a right to self-defense.
Yeah, I don't think they should be treated.
Did that guy have a right to self-defense as Rittenhouse was literally shooting him, right?
So they think that only the person with the biggest gun has a right to self-defense. That's clearly just BS. That's not what happened here. It's whoever initiated the confrontation first with deadly force. Okay? So, if you pull a gun and aim it at someone, that is a threat to your life. If you're beating someone on the head with a skateboard, that's a threat to your life. If you're trying to take someone's weapon, that's a threat to your life. Those are all reasonable standards to have. But instead, they dishonestly go, yeah, they must think whoever has the biggest gun, whoever's left standing, that's the one who's justified. Okay.
And the guy with the skateboard, did he have a right to defend himself from, he heard shots, right? Just like Rittenhouse did. They say Rittenhouse can kill someone if he heard shots. Well, Huber heard shots and he was defending himself with a skateboard. So does he have no rights at all? Does that mean as a society now, and the gun manufacturers are gonna be thrilled with this decision. Does that mean as a society now, we all have to be super heavily armed? Otherwise we lose the right to self-defense and we could be killed at any time.
Oh, no. Here's the thing is you just don't attack people, and then if you get shot, you're the one who's the victim. And if they attack you first, then you get the right to defend yourself. Hey, faithful, honest, and true. Floyd had enough fentanyl in his system to overdose a bull elephant. He had other drugs and cocktail drugs. Actually, I looked it up. The exact milligrams was within normal. It was not within the range of deadly. It was right on the line, but also for someone of his weight and his drug use history, it was not. It was not in the typical range of deadly.
This just became an incredibly scary country. If it wasn't already very scary to begin with Trayvon Martin, George Zimmerman, and countless other cases. Morgan.
Well, yeah, and just a lot of the names that are coming to mind.
Also, to follow up, police don't get to act in ways that will get unhealthy people or people under the influence killed. Like that's not an excuse. You have to be safe with your force.
And for me, as we're looking at what are our laws on the books, what are we allowing, what do certain laws open the gateway to? I mean, Tamir Rice, Tyron King, Henry Green, people who have been killed in Ohio in interactions with law enforcement that have also been justified to an extent by the laws on the books. And what is the end result of this? It is chaos. We are living through chaos, and that is no way to run a country.
The end result of this is chaos. We barely had the verdict. Did she say the result of this trial?
And the gateway to, I mean, Tamir Rice, Tyron King, Henry Green, people who have been killed in Ohio in interactions with law enforcement that have also been.
Okay, the only name I recognize there is Tamir Rice, which was like the only legitimate like BLM case that I know of. Yeah, there's a couple others. The one where the guy was shot, but I think it was the Asian police officer. I'm forgetting his name. His girlfriend like live streamed the shooting from the back seat, or he was just shot during a traffic stop, basically. But Tamir Rice, the 12-year-old who had a toy gun, the police just roll up, shoot him instantly. That's the police saying so. So this is the police using the Young Turks definition of provocation. So if we're going with the Young Turks standard, then the Tamir Rice shooting was justified because he had a gun. He was playing with a gun. It wasn't a real gun. It was a toy gun. But according to them, merely being armed in public is provocation. So if you're going to defend Gage Grosskreutz, then you have to defend the police that shot Tamir Rice. That's just being consistent. So, yeah.
Justified to an extent by the laws on the books. And what is the end result of this? It is chaos.
Okay, so, yeah. The end result, yeah, So this is why I don't think police should have a different standard of conduct than civilians. It's justified to shoot someone if you're a police officer under the same circumstances as a civilian. Now, arrests are a little bit different because you have to have, like, in principle, it shouldn't be, but I think this is like one of the cases where, you know, we're not ready quite yet for anarchy. Whereas you have to have a standard that has a monopoly on, okay, well, we're allowed to detain people. Because otherwise you're just going to have a ton of people running around just detaining each other, you know. So that's the police. But they have a responsibility. They actually have a higher standard of conduct since they're vested with that extra power to conduct themselves in much safer manners than any civilian would. Because they have extra rights, they can get away with more, so they have to be restricted. They're able to do more, so they have to be able to have a higher standard of safety. So the fact that they shot Tamir Rice is just unconscionable. Because you don't have to instantly assassinate this child. And it's not like a case of, oh, well, it's a 17-year-old who's a freaking linebacker. No, this is a 12-year-old child who looks like a child. So, you get what I'm saying, right? Look up how many 12-year-olds have shot police dead. I don't know how many 12-year-olds have shot police dead, but guess what? Police don't have to just... They can do this safely. They have the equipment. They have tons of people. They have body armor. They have anti-ballistic shields. They can do this safely. They can protect themselves, and they can protect the suspects, and they can protect other people. They have all the resources in the world.
We are living through chaos, and that is no way to run a country. But it is exactly the plan of people who profit off of that chaos.
Yep.
You profit off this chaos. You guys love the fact that there's protests in the streets. You would love nothing more than to have protests day after day after day. You encourage them. You love reporting on it.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, John.
The way that, I forget who put it this way, but the way I read it was the last person alive is innocent. That's what it is. You better be the last person alive, and then you were the one defending yourself. Everything else is just collateral damage along that path.
Well, John, let me agree further.
Total and utter straw man. Just, I don't get how people can actually believe this, because the arguments are there. You have to be ignoring them to be able to say, well, it's whoever has the biggest gun, whoever is the last one standing, and if you heard a gunshot, you can kill someone. None of those were arguments that were actually presented by the defense. Isn't that interesting?
With you. So everybody saw Rittenhouse crying on the stand, and everybody wondered, is it real, is it fake, etc. But there was a lot of people had sympathy for, oh my God, the poor kid. Well, how about Huber? So he never got to cry on the stand because he was murdered, or now killed, officially killed, not murdered.
Oh, good. Nice correction there. Yeah, Kyle was crying for them. He was sad that they were dead. So, I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. They can't be there. What do you expect anyone to do about it?
So you never got to see him crying. You never got to see him do anything. He was killed as a young man in the streets because a maniac was running around with an AR-15 shooting anything that he perceived to be a threat after he started going in there, in my opinion, with a confrontation of bringing in weapons to a protest in the first place, right?
A confrontation of bringing weapons to a protest. You're allowed to bring weapons to protests. The left wing does it all the time. Grosskreutz brought a weapon to a protest, but I guess it's okay because he was concealing it, which is illegal because it's really easy to pull like assassination style attacks on people. Open carry is actually a lot safer because you can tell what kind of weapons people are carrying on them at the time. Okay, so Chunk, you're just ridiculous.
Be the last person
Go
alive,
back
and
a
then
little
you
bit.
were the one defending yourself. Everything else is just collapsed.
And then everybody wondered, is it real, is it fake? It's never got to cry on the stand because he was murdered, or now killed, officially killed, not murdered. And so you never got to see him crying. You never got to see him do anything. He was killed as a young man in the streets because a maniac was running around with an AR-15 shooting anything that he perceived to be a threat after he started.
Okay, shooting anything that he perceived to be a threat. He's acting like, oh, if a butterfly flaps its wings, he would have shot it. Okay, every single case was reasonable, so his perception was spot on.
Going in there, in my opinion, with the confrontation of bringing in weapons to a protest in the first place, right? So now that leads us to two other things. Just let me dispense with this real quick. The mom is the world's worst parent. She
Chunk is just such a piece of shit. So, sorry. Okay, so if a mom wanted to drive a kid to a Black Lives Matter protest to be on the side of the protesters, Chunk would be all for it. But if you're like a counter-protester, no, that's a no. You're the world's worst mom, cause she knows what's gonna happen, right? So, faithful, honest, and true. If you were a cop, you arrive on a scene and you're out in the open, and you're confronted with what appears to be an armed 12-year-old. Terrible tragedy, but understandable. Well, they weren't confronted. If you watch the video, they literally roll up. Like, this isn't a figure of speech. They careen in their cop car, like skid to a stop at this kid who's just in a gazebo, jump out of the car, and fire instantly. He did not, Tamir Rice did not like point it at them. He didn't brandish it. He didn't threaten them with it. They rolled up and shot him as soon as they were in sight. Okay? This is much different. And this is why I say, like, it might be justified for a civilian to react in such a manner. Like, if a kid is, like, pointing his airsoft gun at people and someone thinks it's, like, he's going to get shot or something, that's different. But the police have a higher responsibility to make things as safe and as above board as humanly possible, even at their own risk. So they need to approach situations in the safest, most cautious manner possibly, not barreling in and basically doing a dive out of their car and shooting instantly. You have to get to the scene and assess it. They did not assess it.
Drove a 17-year-old with an AR-15 into what she perceived to be a dangerous riot.
I'm not sure if that's a lie or not. Did he have the gun when he was with his mom, or did his friend bring it to him? Either way, Chunk should probably do his research before he makes claims like this.
Oh, you want to go into the middle of a dangerous riot? My 17-year-old son? Here, I'll drive you across state lines to do it. Oh, here's an AR-15, so in...
You want to go... Okay, this was her side. You want to go clean up graffiti? Okay. You've got your body armor. You've got your friends with you. Be safe. Then once he's there, Kyle gets the call. Hey, can you guys come stand in front of our business to make sure that people don't burn it down? And his friend brought his rifle and gave it to Kyle. Because she might have driven Kyle to the kid's house where he got the rifle. I wouldn't bet on it. I'm stating I don't know, but it seems more reasonable that he met his friend there.
Case a butterfly floats by, you just murder everyone, okay? I'm sorry, kill everyone, okay? She is a despicable parent.
Yeah.
No sane parent would ever do that. But the right wing in this country is crazed. They're crazed. They can't wait to shoot people, which leads me to the biggest culprits of all, the Rittenhouse fans or supporters.
So this is what they think, that Kyle is just going with the intent of he's just hunting humans. It's just recreational shooting of humans. This is how Cenk is characterizing all right-wingers. They just want to shoot people. I don't know where this comes from. He's having a little mini meltdown.
Yes, that includes all of them. Like all of the Alex Jones, the Tim Pools, the Joe Rogans,
So, two of those, not on the right wing. Alex Jones, I don't even know if you could call him right wing either. He was against Bush. He's now criticizing Trump. He's just an anti-government guy, which you should like.
Millions of crazed Rambo.
And you're throwing in all the centrist civilians, just normal people, along with it, who agree with all of the jury you're throwing in with as whatever.
Want to be right-wingers in this country who are like, oh yeah, why don't you just bring weapons? Oh, self-defense, murder. They just want to kill. So they go into the middle of protests with these goddamn weapons, looking to pick a fight, and then the minute Rittenhouse actually shoots these people, they're ecstatic. They love that he killed them. That's why they're his fans. What is there to be a fan of? If the shoe's on the other foot, and some guy goes into the middle of a...
Where is he getting this? This is all just mind reading. This is literally just telling a story. No facts involved in this.
A right-wing protest with an AR-15, and he's progressive. And he goes, oh, well, they provoked me. Somebody threw a plastic bag, the other one did a skateboard, so I killed him. I don't become a fan of that guy.
Yeah.
I don't become a fan of that guy. I say that's insane to go in the middle of a protest with an AR-15 looking to pick a fight so you can kill people. But the right wing in this country is steeped in violence.
Yes, the kid who was having a panic attack recounting this, he went specifically to kill. That psychopath, yeah.
They're soaked in blood, and they can't wait to kill. So guys, America, I hate to say it because I love this country.
So I wonder what is more insightful to violence and chaos, telling everyone, oh, the right wing is just out, they just want to kill you. Screaming at the top of your lungs, being an absolute maniac, they're just trying to kill you. They just want to kill for fun. I wonder if that's going to incite a little bit more panic and chaos. If you think that anyone who's just walking around who's not on your side is there to murder you.
But America has now become a super scary place where people are constantly killing each other and getting away with it.
Yeah, and it's by the way, it's convenient for the right because look.
This is like the case, so now it's constant.
Just today, you will be thinking about this and not about the fact that the House passed Build Back Better. So the fact that you might save $1,000 a month on insulin, they don't want you thinking about that sort of thing because it might lead you to believe that the government can make your life better, that perhaps it owes you something. And generally, you should be terrified. You should.
Okay, so this is now a conspiracy theory that the jury somehow timed their verdict so that you wouldn't know that they passed legislation to reduce pricing on insulin. First of all, Trump did similar legislation that made drugs cheaper, and Democrats have blocked legislation that would make drugs cheaper. And third of all, the whole problem of overpriced drugs is in government enforcement in the first place. If it's just all based on copyright, basically. You know, they're artificially allowing the prices to be increased because of government enforcement.
should be terrified. We're going to tell you all the people you should be scared of so that you will never, ever again think about your economic situation, how the government has failed you, and why, who it's actually serving. They love the focus on all of this stuff. They scare people like Kyle Rittenhouse constantly with their nonsense and then use the murders of people like him to scare you further. Now, we're going to be talking about both because we have an obligation to.
Okay, Faithful, Honest, and True says, don't make police so scared to defend themselves, which will make everyone else less safe, which is exactly what's happening. Well, they should be scared to act recklessly. They shouldn't be scared to defend themselves, but that's why in cases where they're not defending themselves, but they kill people, that's the problem. Like, I understand where the line between defending yourself is. Kyle defended himself because he had a gun pointed at him. He had assailants on top of him, moving toward him, threatening, making threats toward him. This was not the case with Tamir Rice. Okay? The police were not defending themselves. Completely different. They have no case. That's analogous to what happened to Kyle. Tamir did not run toward them. He didn't shoot at them. He didn't aim at them. Because it's a toy. It's not going to try and defend himself with a toy. Yeah, he presented no threat to them.
We believe that there is some sort of ethical obligation when you're involved in journalism, but they don't. They love the idea that you will just constantly be lusting for blood, terrified, jealous, suspicious. That's what they want. They turn people into these crazed...
That's what you're doing. You want people to think that... the right wing is just full of blood. You want to, thirsting for blood. You want people to be totally suspicious and paranoid all the time about the right wing. This is exactly what you want. It's all projection.
Bloodthirsty, terrified individuals, knowing that that sort of population is never going to pose any sort of risk to the most powerful and wealthy people in this country.
Well, that's the exact dynamic we have here in Ohio. I mean, on the other side of this Republican Senate, on the Republican side of the Senate race, J.D. Vance, Josh Mandel, I mean, these are people that are just stoking the fire of this hatred and violence and suspicion of people around you and using it for their own political gain. So, I mean, that's the stakes of things in Ohio. We have a lot of these same types of laws on the books, and it is a scary time, and why, the Senate race is so important.
Yeah. Now, we do have a very brief bit of commentary about this big decision from President Biden. Here's what he had to say.
Look, I stand by what the jury has concluded. The jury system works, and we have to comply with it.
That's literally all of it. Vice President Kyle.
After calling him a white supremacist for his campaign, and Kamala Harris was speaking out against the jury decision as well. An even scummier prosecutor than was involved in this trial. She's the only one who I think could take the trophy for scummiest prosecutor over D.A. Binger and Krause. She literally withheld exonerating evidence and her department was sending around memos saying, don't do this. We need people to work we need cheap labor for the wildfires, so don't send exonerating evidence. I mean, if anyone deserves to be in jail, it's people who pervert their responsibilities as law enforcement. They have way more victims than most of the drug criminals.
Kamala Harris also said the verdict speaks for itself. So that's
profiles encourage
it. That's all you're. It speaks for itself conveniently, so that she doesn't have to speak.
Yeah. And so, just look. The other people on this panel do not necessarily agree with me. We all have our own different opinions. Okay, but it is more.
That's all you're. It speaks for itself conveniently, so that it speaks for itself. That's literally all of it. Vice President Kamala Harris also said the verdict speaks for itself. So that's
profiles encourage
it. That's all you're. It speaks for itself.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was referring to. Yeah, she's a scumfuck.
Conveniently, so that she doesn't have to speak.
Yeah.
And they know that. They're at least that sane.
And so, it's just, look, the other people on this panel do not necessarily agree with me. We all have our own different opinions, okay? But it is more cowardice of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, in my opinion, to sit there and go, well, okay, the jury speaks for itself. What can I do? Okay, white people don't hate me, black people, I don't really care. But anyways, and he didn't technically shoot black people. He went.
Wait, they think Kamala Harris was agreeing with it? That was not my takeaway.
To go shoot black people, wind up.
Because she went on to say that there's more work to be done as far as racial justice, and she's not commenting in favor of the result here.
Shooting two white people. So he went there thinking, oh, it's a black protest or riot. Let me grab my AR-15. So Kamala Harris, oh yeah, in the past she's a cop, and then everybody was like, no, she had to do what she had to do, and she had to put away, all these poor people and African Americans and Latinos, and she had to.
So did you catch that? Cenk said that Kyle went there with the intent of shooting black people, but had to settle with shooting white people. Jesus. Just total mind reader now. We should hire this guy to perform mind reading interrogations.
She had to, but she's actually super brave progressive. No, she's not. Where's the courage today on Rittenhouse? Where's the courage? As usual, Biden and Harris are hiding in a bunker. That's real. That's the reality. And I don't care whose feelings it hurts in Washington.
And I just want to contrast, those are like basically the two leaders of the Democratic Party in the executive branch. That's what they had to say. Well, others on the right have other things to say. The right is fighting over itself to employ Kyle Rittenhouse. You have Paul Gosar, Madison Cawthorn, and Matt Gaetz all wanting Kyle Rittenhouse to come be their intern. Some of them just purely for the blood. Matt Gaetz might think that he has a teen sister. I don't know what his motivations are in this.
For the blood? Did you catch that? Matt Gaetz is doing it because he might have a teen sister. What the fuck? Those allegations have never panned out against Matt Gaetz. No, they're doing it for the publicity. It's a gimmick. It's a stunt. So what?
Particular case, but they're all desperate to show their audience we love the vigilante. And if you go ahead, we have this absolutely cringeworthy thing from Ann Coulter that I'm sure she thinks she's doing ironically. I got news for you. It's cringe if it's serious. It's cringe if it's irony. But they consider him to be a hero. He is their Spider-Man, basically. So on the Democratic side, we have the verdict speaks for itself. I have no thoughts about literally any component of this. Cultural, legal, nothing. I'm not worried about any precedents whatsoever. I think it's perfectly fine, apparently, for them to worship this guy as some sort of living god. And on the right, they're putting his face on posters. They're imagining someday that they'll be able to vote for him to go to Congress.
Yeah, I mean, we desperately need
because he's a symbol against you guys, against the fake news. So yeah, they're gonna rally against it. If you didn't come out so hard against him, he would just fade back into the background. This would just be a case. But because the political left rallies against him, you make him a symbol of the right. You did this.
Leadership, right? And leadership isn't always being afraid of what might alienate certain people from voting for us. Leadership is sticking to what we believe. It is being true to our values. It is standing up for the people, most of the people in this country who are finding all of this abhorrent and pushing that out there, that message. That's what leadership is. And that's what we are desperately in need of in the United States right now.
So last thing on Morgan's point there, because look, we're not unaware of the political realities in this country. So progressives are generally speaking.
Yeah, you are. You were unaware of the facts of this very case.
You're far more sophisticated about politics than a normal.
Either you're lying or you are literally unaware of every single defense argument because you think the defense was he heard a gunshot.
Corporate Democrats just listen to what the consultants say. We actually bother to read the polls. We can see what's popular or not popular, and we can still stick to our principles, okay? But so I'm not unaware that Barack Obama lost a huge approval ratings after he supported Henry Louis Gates, who was an African-American Harvard professor who the police accosted in his own porch and getting into his own house. Obama was 100% right to support him, but nonetheless, he lost popularity when he did because a lot of white people in this country said, wait a minute, I mean, that's not, if a cop goes to assault a black professor in this country, he should get to do that. Whether it's fair or not fair, it doesn't matter. And I can't believe Obama would be fair to a black professor at Harvard. That's outrageous. And they were really mad at Obama for that. So it's in the.
Because they were mad at, they're like you. If it's Obama, they don't like it, no matter what he does. just like you. If a right-winger does something, you don't like it, no matter what. Doesn't matter. It's called being a partisan.
Polling, there's no question about it. So will a lot of racist white people get super mad at Biden and Kamala Harris if they say, hey, I get why he was acquitted, but he should not have gone in there with a weapon and he was morally culpable? Yes. Yes, a giant percentage of this country will catch feelings because they're generally racist right-wingers who don't like to talk about race unless it's killing people, right? And applauding killing people. But that's where Morgan's point comes into effect, which is you gotta have courage to lead. You cannot change that dynamic in this country until you show leadership and you tell people why it's wrong. Hey, would you want, to speak their language? You have to speak to them in colors and stuff. Like, now I know you're okay if he went to go shoot black people, but what if it was a black guy who came to a right-wing rally with a weapon and a Trump fan threw a plastic bag at him? Do you think it would be okay for the black guy or the Muslim guy or an Antifa guy to kill people at a Trump rally? Well, maybe that gets them to go, oh, well, I don't want a black guy doing that. A Muslim, no, I don't want a Muslim going to any rally with a weapon, let alone my rally. Oh, there's a rally of people who are mad about a board of education. Hey, don't worry about it. A couple of Antifa guys are going to show up there with an AR-15. Are you guys cool with it? You're cool with it, right? Some right-wingers will pretend, oh, yeah.
So he thinks that as long as the shooter is white, people will support it. This race baiting, I'm going to take a screenshot of this, by the way. This race baiting is what is inciting violence in this country, what is inciting hatred, and what is causing people to fly off the handle, like at protests like this, like happened here. This is the kind of thing that is increasing tensions.
It doesn't matter, I'm coming with a tag. It's because you want the violence. Yeah. And we had no leadership here. So at a critical moment.
If the right-wingers were the ones who wanted violence, this would be happening a lot more. Instead, it's left-wingers who are burning cities down. I'm not saying it's the left wing. It's the extreme far left. When's the last time you saw a right-wing protest go violent? They don't do it. And believe me, I've seen my fair share of stupid right-wing protests. They're just dorks with signs that say, like, come back to Jesus and stuff like that. But they're not the ones engaging in the violence here. Everyone knows this. If the right-wingers wanted to engage in violence, this would be not this, because Kyle was not in the wrong, but political shootings at protests would be an epidemic. You would see right-wing militias literally doing coups all the time, like armed coups.
Social moment in American history, honestly. We had two leaders, Biden and Harris, who sat it out.
Mm-hmm.
Like these are the people who are armed, and yet they're showing so much more restraint than the world which Cenk wants to paint would happen in.
And of course, the right wing were monsters. Those three guys, they're like, oh, I want to hire the killer. If you killed left wingers at one of their protests, that is the qualification.
That's it.
Rittenhouse was 17.
And yes, the racists, like the out and out anti-black racists, are generally on the right. However, there is a lot of racism on the left now, especially racism of low expectations, of coddling, of babying, of infantilizing the people who are too weak to stand up for themselves, who need a white savior.
He doesn't know anything. He's never had any meaningful political experience at all. His only experience is killing people he thought were left-wingers. And for 3 US congressmen, they say, murder, that's what I want. Or in this case, now technically, he just killed him. He just killed him, okay? So, but the qualification is the death, is the fact that he shot and killed them. They're disgusting human beings. And if Biden and Harris and other Democrats can't bring themselves to say the bare minimum, well, the jury's in on that as well. No leadership, none, zero. This is
the salt from Cenk is just so delicious.
The problem with the Democratic Party, complete, utter weakness.
We should probably take a first break.
All right, we got to take a break. Again, I only speak for myself here. So we have got to get progressives to change this dynamic. I'm so sick of Democrats constantly capitulating to Republicans. I just can't stand it anymore. All right, we got to come back. We'll be back.
I think they go on to other news at this point, so. Let's just check.
Voted not looking forward to the House and Senate combined. Admittedly, that's not a high bar these days, though. No more trigonometry wrote in, not looking forward to hearing.
Yeah, so I guess I'll open up the chat and then I'll find something else to comment on until we, get a conversation going. Let me just put the link in the chat here. And like I said, this is my 500 subscriber celebration. So we're just going to keep it going for a while. And I know a lot of you are aware that since I got my 500 subscribers, I've been doing community posts, and that's been fun. Let's see here. All right, what should we do? What should we do? Well, let's see what Hovind's been up to. Hovind official. I mean, they're all long, but I don't know. Should we just do a Whack an Atheist Wednesday?
Good evening, folks. Ken Hovind here, and Matt Powell back on Ken Hovind Official after a week of being on Matt Powell Official. All the stuff's up on there? Yes, sir. Are they going to get that? Get your mic on. Oh, you got one. Okay. Yeah, mic's all over here. Anyway, it is.
He's officially got a little mini-me.
Wednesday, Whack an Atheist Wednesday, November the 17th, 2021. We're the folks who believe the Bible is true. Evolution is dumb and real dumb. I'll show you tonight, okay? Let's see. Charlie, Darwin. Whack an Atheist it's a joke, okay? But it's based on SpongeBob, who needs to be whacked once in a while with real science and knowledge to bring him back to reality. Like, wow.
Is it a joke, though? Like, really, though? Because Ken believes that disobedient children should be stoned to death outside of the city. So I'm not quite sure the level of violence.
There is no evidence for evolution at all. So they stick up their head and say dumb stuff. Got to whack them back down. So you are Professor Powell now, right?
I guess so.
Okay. On Wednesday, we wear red just to, irritate the bull. That's right, okay? Dinosaurs always lived with man. They did not live millions of years ago. They are lying to your kids about that. Come visit our dinosaur adventureland, 1 mile north of downtown Lenox.
They're not really lying because there is nothing to support that conclusion. Okay, so Nessie. Nothing supports Nessie. What's the one in the Congo? Nkele Mbembe. Just rumors about that. As soon as you discover it, that will be supported. Oh, there's cave drawings of and reports of dragons. Okay, well, I guess cyclopses and half human, half animals. Those are attested to by every culture on the planet. Let's see. Yeah, and the dragons do not resemble any dinosaur. Did I? Oh yeah, by the way, guys, I put the Discord link in the chat if you want to come join the voice chat. I should be able to hear you as soon as you join. If not, just post in the live chat there, and I'll just keep going.
The four-way stop sign. We have an amazing. I'm not going to take time to play all this tonight, but I got to change that. 198 baptized now. No visitors tonight. I think they're out chasing the horses that got out. Okay, our Bible Believers Baptist Big Bang Blowout a week from tomorrow. You're all invited, whether you're an atheist or not. The whole world's invited. Come to Dinosaur Adventureland. Did I move it? 24th? Yeah. Whack an Atheist Wednesday will be the 24th. Oh, thank you, ma'am. And then the next day, Thanksgiving dinner. Anybody can come. You're all invited to Dinosaur Adventureland. So that's the anniversary of Darwin.
I feel like this is a setup to obtain some atheist meat for Thanksgiving Day. You're going to whack them on the 24th and have some atheists for dinner on Thanksgiving Day. I feel like we got a conspiracy going here.
Darwin's book coming out, and it's the day before Thanksgiving, and it's Whack an Atheist Wednesday. So come one, come all, bring all the evidence you have for evolution. We think evolution is dumb, didn't happen at all. It's a religion. I'll show you tonight. If you think it's such an obvious truth, come prove it. Speaking of channels, Matt, you've been working frantically. How many channels have you got us on? Are we going to be on and all that stuff?
Yeah, by the end of tomorrow, we'll be on 30 different platforms. And so 30 completely different setups. It's going to be really nice.
Oh, best 3 lines of evidence. Well, usually they only ask for one. The best line, single best line of evidence is the prediction. The predictive power, the fact that we can predict what's in the fossil record and where, based on the theory. That's the best scientific evidence. Have you seen the Kent Hovind bite-sized channel? No, is that run by him or just someone else clipping him? He was forced to do community service by the court's people. I don't know what's going on with that, because like the week that I debated him last, a couple weeks ago, he was supposed to be in jail. I think he appealed it, so like whatever got like deferred or whatever. I don't know all the legal terms.
And then if they choose to give us a strike or something, we don't care.
We don't care at that point. We'll be on all the other platforms that are free speech that you can't get strikes for.
Free speech, yeah. I think, okay, anyway.
Oh, anyway, I'd say the second best evidence for evolution is the microevolution that all the creationists accept because it contains within it every step that you would need to go to macroevolution. Just add them up.
November 24th, great day for the Big Bang. All the world's atheists are invited to come to our Dinosaur Adventureland, then defend your theory at 7 o'clock, and then Whack an Atheist Live will have that. And the next day will be our...
I wonder if anyone's going to go. That'll be fun.
Thanksgiving dinner. It's going to be really cool. Let's see, what did I do here? Spend the night at one of our cabins. I got that in there twice. Okay. The church
yeah, I don't know about that. Even if I went one year, I can't go, but not like I probably would anyway. But if I ever did, I would not stay in one of their cabins. I don't think anything bad's gonna happen. It's just creepy.
Building is close. Has anybody been in there today? Well, okay, I'll show you some pictures. That's what it looked like a few weeks ago. Disaster, right? We built a balcony in the back, not a balcony, a place for the sound room and the spotlights and all that stuff. There's the rough oak and rough cedar flooring, and there's the ceiling, scaffolding up there. There's the floor today. That cross in the middle with the heart in the middle of the cross, that'll be the floor to the church. It's got the epoxy stuff on there. It looks pretty sharp. Come on down and see our Dinosaur Adventureland new church, Genesis Baptist Church. There's the balcony, not finished inside. If you'd like to do sheetrock or do electrical wiring, come down. We got less than a week to get it done. Right? Okay. So our video series. Miss Sandra, we have a special going on if they buy
Online or the downloadable, buy one, get one free.
Buy one, get one free. You might want to get some of these. A whole set, $50.
By the way, in their chat replay, someone gives the great comeback. Yes, dinosaurs still live with man. They're called birds, which, yes. We all need to learn that comeback. Use it.
Christmas presents. Something that will change their life more than a new basketball or a skateboard. Okay, there's some of the platforms we're on. Explain this brand new tube. What is that?
Brand new tube is just a platform that was created by people that were disgruntled with YouTube. They got kicked off of YouTube, and so they went there for free speech. And so that's where the free speech platform is now.
Are we on any of them right now?
Yes, yeah, we're on those 5.
On these 5 right now, okay.
Huh. I've never heard of brand new tube. But maybe better than the one I'm thinking of, because I can't even remember the name of it. So, there you go. Oh, wait, it's BitChute. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
Okay, correct. Hey, look at this, honey. I fixed it. No more global warming. Are they going to kick me off for that?
I don't know. I hope not.
It's a joke, guys. How about this? Proof, eating salad all day does not make you skinny. Anyway, how about this?
We're getting real boomer up in here, guys.
People send me all kinds of stuff, and I enjoy a good laugh. Help us stay open for free. Join our 777 club. Go to drdino.com. So I like what they're doing. I'm going to give $1 a day. $31 a month if you can. 31 cents a month, whatever you want. Some people do nothing. Most people do nothing. But if you want to do something, please help us out. Make any checks through CSE, which stands for Creation Science Evangelism. Okay, we've been looking high and low for one functioning brain cell.
Got a e-bag.
Those who think there's no God, we came from a dot of nothing. We think you need help. So
wait, what?
It's easy. Children can spot how dumb evolution is. For your good, folks. Okay, I mean, so many eighth Wednesday is for one functioning brain cell, and those who think there's no God.
Oh yeah, you have one brain cell. Good one.
We came from a dot of nothing. We think you need help. So Whack an Atheist Wednesday is for you. We're here, honestly.
A dot of nothing is not nothing. It's a dot of something because it's a thing. A dot is a thing.
Here to help. Okay, it's easy. Children can spot how dumb evolution is and whack them back down. So many atheists, so little time. We're getting faster at it though. Knocking them down.
Yeah. Most of the Christians in this country believe in evolution. It's not atheists that you need to whack. There's not that many atheists in the country.
We're doing this for your good, folks, okay? We're trying to push out of the way of a speeding car. Don't get mad at us, right?
But we are growing at a faster rate than any of the religions because our case is more convincing, it turns out. Because, you know, we convince people instead of... Like, the religions rely on raising children into it. We convince people out of it. That's why we're more convincing, because you guys by default just get to convince children, and then you just have them in your group. We actually have to convince people, and we're still growing at a faster rate.
For your own good. I took away your keys to keep you from driving drunk. I'd be your friend, not your enemy. And by showing you you believe in something dumb, we're trying to help. So to all you atheists who are out there, that's appropriate. The simple whack is for you. Let's see. Do you really believe that? How about this? Atheism as a religion. You have to believe there's no God. Is there any possible way
Who makes the slideshows? Because there's no way Kent has watched Stranger Things and like is a Stranger Thing meme guru.
Somebody could know for sure there's no God. I was in a debate one time and this guy said there's no God. I said, are you sure? He said, yes. I said, well, do you know everything? He said, well, no. I said, do you know half of everything? He said, well, no. I said, okay, let's just pretend for a minute that you know half of everything.
You don't need to prove that there is no God. You need to prove that there is a God. The default state is, I don't accept the proposition. You're saying there's a God. I don't accept it until you bring evidence. Period. End of story. There's nothing else to think about it on. Other than the fact that if there was a God, there should be evidence by now. There should be in over 2,000 years. Like, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence unless there should be evidence. Then it is. Like, if there's a unicorn in your closet, then there should be a unicorn in the closet. There should be evidence of that. If there isn't, then that's very good evidence that there's not a unicorn in the closet. But if you're going to go say, well, unicorns exist somewhere in the universe, well, you're not necessarily going to expect to have evidence either way, because it's a big universe.
Would it be possible for God to exist in the other half? You don't know. The case against atheism. Did you find Mike Dobbins? I want to talk to him.
Yeah, I couldn't find any contact information, but I did find him. He's out there all over the place.
We did a cool video, short video, 2 minutes long. Short answers to big questions. Let's see, I go to here, hit play. No. I'm getting this computer stuff here, man. There we go. Look at that. 2 minutes long.
One of the common objections I hear to Christianity from atheists runs like this. Christianity is just...
Yeah, Matt does all... He's just an awkward person, like... Ooh, Whack-A-Wife Thursdays. That's harsh. Burn. What was... Did anyone get back on the bite-sized clips? I don't know.
A psychological projection. The reason that Christians believe in God is because it makes you feel good, because you're psychologically weak. You don't have a self-reliance to get through life without belief in some kind of cosmic sky daddy, a fairy in the sky, the invisible friend who's there to hold your hand and make you feel okay. Religion is just a psychological crutch.
Steve needs to figure out how to route the sound of whatever media they're doing through the recording instead of through the speakers, through the mics?
How would I respond? Well, the first thing I want to say is this. Just because belief in God makes me feel good and gives me comfort doesn't tell you whether or not God exists. You cannot leap directly from how we feel about something to the reality or the falsehood of a thing. Let me illustrate. There are many things that make me feel good. The idea of chocolate makes me feel good. The idea of mountain views makes me feel good. The idea of miniature roller skating elephants makes me feel quite good. But just because I like the idea of those three things doesn't tell you which two are real and which one is false. To discover that, you need to look a bit deeper. You can't leap from how we feel about something to the truth or the falsehood of it. But there's a further problem. We've tried to launch psychological missiles against religion for atheists, and it's this. We can turn the psychological argument around and fling it right back at atheism. One of the leading philosophers, atheist philosophers, writing today is Thomas Nagel. He once wrote this in a book. He said, it's not that I don't believe in God, it's that I don't want there to be a God. I don't want the universe to be like that. That's a very strident statement, and my question for Professor Nagel would be, could it just be possible that your hatred of...
That's weird, because I would prefer there to be a God, and yet I still don't believe in one.
dislike of God runs so deeply that your atheism has emerged as a psychological projection.
Exactly correct. I want to get to something else here tonight, but
precisely incorrect.
You cannot possibly know such a thing. Let's see, I'm on this one. Oh, I got to go over here. Okay, there's another one. Evolution, Science, Religion, and Atheism, which is on this guy right here. No, I'm getting better at this, I think.
What if I was just sitting here like playing clips from other atheists instead of responding by myself? That's interesting.
There you go. I'm a little technical challenge. Okay. There are two guys here we need to whack tonight.
Natural world against the faith-based spiritual world.
It's an interesting tactic Kent's choosing to do.
It's a subject touched upon once again in the documentary The Unbelievers, which follows scholar and author Richard Dawkins and physicist and author Lawrence Krauss as they promote the importance of science and reason. They joined us in our 7th season to discuss why they believe scientific discovery shuts the book on...
Matt is so awkward. He's gives a, oh my god.
Science and reason.
I mean, Ken is awkward. Like, Matt's giving the correct reaction here. Watch this. I'm going to slow it down just so you absorb it, like, absorb it fully.
They joined us in our 7th season to discuss why they believe
like, yes, old man.
discovery shuts the book on religion and the existence of a higher power. What?
Why they believe? Isn't that a statement of religion? Faith? What?
No, beliefs are not statements of faith. Faith is a belief without evidence. But there's a spectrum of belief that has a spectrum of support to it. You can have a belief with no evidence, you can have a belief with a little tiny little bit of evidence, or you can have a belief with some evidence, good evidence, or overwhelming evidence.
Watch how many times they do that tonight.
Tonight we're going to open the archives to bring you that conversation. Then a discussion with 2 men of science who also happen to be men of faith. That's tonight.
Men of science and men of faith is not a problem. Evolutionists may be men of science and men of faith. They mix their science with their religion of evolution, and they think the two go together, and they don't see it. I can't.
And you try to mix science and your faith. So what is wrong with that in theory? Because they really don't go together. The geology, chemistry, biology, physics, none of it. You have to contend and rewrite all of it just to make it fit with your religion.
Can't get them to see it, brother. What am I doing wrong?
Nothing. It's just a fool stiffeneth his neck, the Bible says. That, you know, when they receive instruction, the Bible says they'll just stiffen their necks. They don't care what the facts are or what we've demonstrated to be true.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, even I should have put Matt Powell on my worst creationist debater poll, but he doesn't really debate much because he's that bad. Like, he doesn't really come up with his own thoughts. Like, everything he says is like a Bible quote, just that's been drilled into him.
On the agenda.
Funding for the agenda with Steve Pagan is provided by Ontario's more than 80,000 chartered professional accountants.
80,000.
Policy leaders since 1879. More information is available at cbaontario.ca and by contributions to TVO by viewers like you. Thank you.
The other, a theoretical physicist. Together, Richard Dawkins and Lawrence Krauss were the subjects of the 2012 documentary, The Unbelievers. We spoke with them when they visited Toronto.
Just the title, Unbelievers, indicates a statement of faith, doesn't it? You don't know there's no God. You don't believe there's a God. That's different. I hope they see it tonight.
For the film's debut, as part of our look back at 10 seasons of the agenda, here's that conversation. Good to have you both back here at TVO.
It's great to be back.
Well, let's just start by finding out how much you two actually knew about each other before you embarked on
we don't interest it.
where I just gave my talk, and he stood up and attacked me vigorously.
We don't need that.
Conversations straight afterwards, where we are, I think. There was a kind of on-paper debate, sort of continuation of it. I mean, the debate was sort of about whether we should have a kind of full-on attack on religion, or whether we should, as Lawrence preferred, seduce them.
The debate was, should we attack religion full on, or should we, sneak in a different way? Guys, you have a religion. Atheism is a religion. It's something you have to believe in. Hit pause whenever you want to add in.
So Kent equates belief with religion, but that's not how words work, because a religion is a type of belief. Not all beliefs are a religion. A religion is a belief and worship of a supernatural, superhuman, controlling power, like a god. Or more colloquially, you can say you have like a religious belief in some kind of political system. But it's a metaphor for how fervent and zealous one is. So the fact that the colloquial metaphorical use of religion is inherently a derogatory one should be a little bit concerning to adherents of religion because of the type of belief it is, because belief in a supernatural, superhuman controlling power like a god must be founded in an inflexible, unfounded belief. So it gets compared to like a lot of these extremist religious or extremist political positions, because it takes a similar amount of just inflexible, just stuck in your ways type of thinking.
Here, brother, but this atheism is defined in the dictionary as the belief that there is no God. So when they say we don't have beliefs, we don't have a religion.
No, it's not.
A religion is defined as the belief that there is no God. It is a belief because it's a belief system
and nothing more.
It's not a belief system. There's no, like, even if we say atheism is the belief that there is no God, which is the definition of strong atheism, it's still not a belief system. It's just one belief. I just don't believe. I believe there are no gods, but the dictionary defines it as disbelief or lack of belief in the existence of God or gods. So, sorry. Same thing with the philosophical dictionaries.
For the all I sort of feel it works for different people, and that's, I mean, the good cop, bad cop joke kind of works a bit. And I think that they both of them work for different type of audience. Sharon, was that your?
I think it's important to discuss even the nature of hard atheism, of strong atheism, which is a positive belief that there are no gods. It's a reactionary position. There would be no strong atheism if there weren't people claiming that there's a God. If there weren't people in the first place saying there's a God, then the atheism wouldn't even exist. Like the lack of belief in gods, it wouldn't even be a concept because no one knows what a God is. No one's described a God before. It's just not even a thought that occurs. And especially the strong atheist wouldn't exist because, again, there's no concept of God. There's nothing for them to say it doesn't exist because no one's ever proposed that it does exist. The only reason it exists is because someone says gods exist and we go variously, I don't believe you, you don't have evidence, or no, you're wrong.
First encounter with him? That was my first encounter.
I forget the encounter.
No, that was the first encounter, but I remember we actually spent an evening having a
Jesus, Steve needs to fix the audio here. Like, this is... Can you guys hear this?
substantive discussion, which I found enlightening. And that's when I thought, this would be an interesting dialogue to actually try and put down.
But did you ask him, as he has characterized it, a rather chippy question?
I thought it was a delightfully charming question.
No,
it was the question, and I must admit, and I think my views have evolved, as I like to think Richard's has a little bit as we've talked over the years. But I did. At the time, I thought it was a strategic question. I basically said, if you're trying to convince people, do you think sort of going to where they are?
Faithful, honest, and true. Do you want to join the? Do you want to come in the stream? You would have to get a Discord account, but that's pretty easy to set up. Let me post it in the chat again, because I think that has kind of lapsed. Let's see here.
I thought it was a delightfully charming question.
Yeah, so you said, which one do you have faith in, Big Bang or Steady State Universe? I don't have faith in either of them. Big Bang is supported, so I don't have faith in it. It's supported by all the math, supported by just literally the motion of the universe. So, faith in the Bible is the hope for things and belief without seeing. What is that quote? I always forget it. Faith is just complete trust or confidence, basically. Or, secondarily, strong belief in God or religion based on spiritual apprehension rather than proof. So, that's not the way that I believe in anything. I don't use spiritual apprehension. Let's put it another way. You have a faith. I don't, because a faith as a noun does not include not believing in things. It's just it's literally, especially my atheism, which I define as the belief that all religious arguments are fallacious or unfounded. That's my belief, and it's not a faith. Not all beliefs are faith. Like, they are different words. What was I gonna look at? Oh yeah, the faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So, literally, belief, wishful thinking, and belief in things that you don't see. Discord is partly owned by communist scum. If I wanted to be hacked, I would have bought a Huawei. I don't know what that word is. Well, it's your choice. I am strongly anti-communist. I've not been hacked. But, you know, have it your way. I can still respond to the chat. It's just easier this way. You can make a burner account. I don't think that's how you get hacked.
Rather than pointing out that what they believe is nonsense.
I'd like to point out what you guys believe is nonsense.
I didn't even know we were going to deal with Lawrence Krauss or Richard Dawkins,
but the thing is, what atheist beliefs are there? There aren't any. The only thing there isn't. The only thing that's common is lack of belief in God. Some atheists have a common thing of believe gods are false or fictional, and you know, most atheists tend to go with the science, but so do most Christians. But there's a bunch of wacky atheists out there too. They believe in the supernatural. They just don't believe that it's done by gods. They believe spirits, but they're just like not all powerful creators. there's all kinds. There is no atheist belief system. There's no Bible for atheism. There's no mandatory beliefs for atheism. That's why it's not a belief system.
They're just so common. We so commonly hear about them. Lawrence Krauss has written a book entitled A Universe from Nothing.
I got the picture coming up in a minute. They really believe that.
No, they don't. Because if you actually read the book, he specifies what nothing means on that mathematical physics scale, which is not nothing. It's actually subatomic vibrations, which is a thing. He actually goes into why he says that. But of course, you guys won't actually engage in what's actually being said. You just go with the basic feeling you get from the word being used. You don't try to investigate.
He believes in full-blown magic. I don't even understand how these guys make it on a TV program.
No, you believe in a magical being that spoke things into existence from nothing. That's what you believe in.
I'd like to see them have us on a TV program with them because
we'll challenge both of them right now, anytime,
any place.
Faithful, honest, and true. Define faith. Yeah, step 1, define faith, and I'll tell you if that's, an acceptable definition. So, if you're defining faith as a belief in anything, then sure, but that's not how we use the word, because the word for that is just belief. And yes, I'm not faithophobic, I'm apistivist, I'm anti-faith, for sure, but there's no such thing as faithophobia, because there's no such thing as an irrational fear of faith, because faith is itself irrational, and we should be afraid of being irrational. So, it's like Islamophobia. There's no such thing as Islamophobia, because you should be scared of Islam. It's not irrational to be afraid of something that's dangerous and irrational. So, please define faith, and we can move on from there.
Both on any place. We'll come to your place and debate you. Okay? You believe in evolution. You believe there's no God. That's your religion. It's not something you can possibly know. So stop pretending. See, all they think about is how.
Let's look at the reasoning behind it. So either I lack a belief in God because there's a lack of evidence, or I believe that there is no God because of a conspicuous lack of evidence and a huge list of fallacious reasoning. So, as far as epistemology goes, as far as how we know things, that's a pretty good way of knowing things. That's well justified. There's zero evidence that the Big Bang happened, except that the universe is expanding and all the math and the physics works out, and predicts the way that the universe is expanding from a central point. And your definition of faith is faith. Faithful, honest, and true. I'm going to set up a stream, or StreamYards, I guess, if you want to come in, since you are Discordophobic. Yeah, I need to know how you're using the word faith, because if you're just saying it's a belief, then there's nothing really to argue about other than the definition. Hold on a sec.
How can we attack religion? And they don't include theirs in with that.
Is a better way to sort of bring them around. And it was really strategic.
Better way to bring them around. We're not the ones that need to be brought around. You guys need to be brought around to common sense. This, let's see, Altoid. I would be willing to bet $20 that this had a creator. Is that reasonable? Didn't happen by chance. Sure didn't come from a dot of nothing exploding. I'm sorry, rapidly expanding. Okay.
And Richard's answer, I think, was The same, I imagine, Sammy.
Shoot, I can't do the StreamYard right now without closing down the whole stream because my mic's already being used. Let me see if I can fix it real quick. I might go silent, so I'll just play this.
Do now, which is at some point, you got to confront silly beliefs by telling them they're silly.
Richard Dawkins said, and I quote, that if you look at the details of biochemistry and molecular biology, you might find the signature of some sort of designer. But he doesn't stop there. He says, and that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe. That's exactly word for word, verbatim what he said. So,
but not God.
Anything but God.
Anything but God. So
yeah, he's talking about it could be aliens.
you have to confront people and have a silly belief.
That's a silly belief.
Okay. We're confronting you, Lawrence. You have a silly belief. Very silly. We're here to help. Watch this, Lawrence. For you. Wake up. You believe you came from a dot of nothing. Wake up.
Right. I respect that. And I think it's
You don't have to say the person is silly. You could say, I'm rather fond of a quote from Johann Hari, a British journalist, who said, I respect you too much to respect your ridiculous beliefs.
So you don't have to say the person is silly. I'm not saying you two men are silly. You're probably highly intelligent in other areas, but you believe something that is silly.
And this is a contradiction to what he said before, because before this video, I think this is a fairly new video. Back, I think in 2009, Richard Dawkins said, if you see a Christian in public, mock them openly. So mock them. Now all of a sudden, it's more progressive. It's a new atheism. Let's take a more loving approach. Let's present ourselves as skeptics. I'm a skeptic. Oh, really? Were you skeptical when your professor told you that the universe popped into existence uncaused? If you were a skeptic, you would be skeptical of what you were told.
Are you skeptical that you're related to a mosquito? Oh, no, we don't. Anyway.
But you two basically end up in the same place. So the difference is, well, you both don't believe in God.
Yeah, I can't set up the StreamYard. I can't even find my original mic setting on here. So I can't change it. Let me look again.
Well, we both don't believe in the tooth fairy, and there's a lot of other things. But what I think, but more important, the same place that we're in, is we both think that people should, that everything should be open to question.
Pause it for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Says we don't believe in the tooth fairy. Richard Dawkins, you did a 3-hour debate on the existence of God, like several times. Would you debate me on the existence of the tooth fairy? Who here would do a debate on the existence of Bugs Bunny or Elmer Fudd? No one. But you'll do a debate on the existence of God. That's admitting that God is legitimate enough to fight against. Just wanted to throw that in.
Good point.
The universe is a remarkable place, and those are the things that are more, I'm convinced, are more important to us than not believing in God. That's not important at all.
Okay, but
Yet. It will be.
I guess what I'm getting at here is this. First of all, I saw the movie, really enjoyed it. It's a really good documentary, and you two are terrific in it, and you have a great camaraderie and rapport, and that all works very well, which I found unusual, because usually when these kinds of one-on-one documentaries work, it's because they disagree violently about everything, and the clash is...
Okay. Jason's Faithful, Honest, and True says, yeah, I agree you have faith. You just admitted you're irrational and that you should be feared. Crying, laughing emoji. When did I say I have faith? Like, I just asked you to define the word faith. If you're using it to mean just belief, everyone has beliefs. But I'm saying I don't think that's appropriate to just equivocate belief and faith, because faith is a type of belief. So what is your definition? Do you want to go with the dictionary definition of faith? Because that's what I always go with. Or the biblical definition of faith, because that's really going to hurt you. I'm going to still try and get this going. I might be able to use a different mic. That's really annoying that so I can use my mic through Streamlabs if another program is using it, but StreamYard can't use my mic if another program is using it. Yeah, it's... Oh. Okay, I do have a mic in StreamYard, so I'll put that up. Yeah, I think this will work. Let's see here. I'll play this while I'm waiting.
This is what makes it interesting. Because I say you two both end up in the same place.
They're just going to talk about clashing videos and stuff here for a second. Let's see. They're going to cancel the show because there's no clash involved.
Oh, we agree about many things. And on the movie shows there's some slight disagreements we have about it. We have very different approaches. We're very different types of people. And I think that's really important to point out too. That first of all, I think that people have this stereotype of scientists as all being exactly the same. And I think it's really important that they realize that it takes all types.
Okay, StreamYard link is up, and I guess I'll forget about the Discord link for now. Because most people seem to have StreamYards worked out. You might not be able to hear... Well, yeah. You won't be able to hear what video I'm playing, but that's fine.
At the risk of incurring your wrath here, you are the funny and charming one.
Oh, I can share screen too.
And you are not. I see everything charming. Don't ever be the charming. You're serious and sometimes very angry and upset with people. No. You believed all the nonsense. I've watched the document.
You believe you came from a rock, Richard? Okay, let's see. Let me get...
Nuh-uh. Having some minerals in you is not believe you come from a rock. Kent, you literally believe that all humans came from a rock. Dirt is rock. You believe Adam came from dirt. I don't know why God needed to transmute dirt if he could just make things appear out of nowhere. But, yeah, that's interesting. And the thing I always throw in there, too, is if Eve is created from Adam's rib, that means Eve is a transgender woman. She is genetically male.
To right here. All right. Back to here. Okay. They have pictures in the textbooks beside me of all the animals and plants with lines connecting them. There's a line between the jellyfish and the shark and the human. Lawrence, Richard, do you believe this tree of life? Is this something you could possibly know? Has anybody ever seen any plant or animal produce something other than its same kind? No, you believe it. The beginning of birds. Birds evolved from a group of meat-eating dinosaurs. In addition to being incredibly stupid, why would a dinosaur want to turn into a bird? But this is something they believe. This is not science. You can tell it long enough and loud enough and people might start believing it, but it's always going to be a belief. Since its formation 4.5 billion years ago, Earth has changed. Life has evolved on Earth. This is for a second grader, right here. Second grade book. Second graders are going to believe them if you tell them that, aren't they? Do you believe stars go through a life cycle? Has anybody ever...
They'll believe in talking snakes, too. If you tell them to. But let me see if I can find... I thought I had this image on backup, but... let me show you what the actual phylogeny tree of life looks like. Because it's much more complicated than Kent wants to make it seem. Alright. Tree of Life. Leonard Eisenberg. Alright. Here we go. Almost there. And we'll just make this bigger. This is my desktop background. You can't... Here we go. So it's actually, if I captured my desktop, it would be a little faster than what I did, but this is actually more accurate. We're not just drawing lines. This is like the third best evidence of evolution. it's not just drawing lines. If you just order things by their similarity, you will always get charts exactly like this. And if you also order them by the age of the rock that they're in, it always aligns just like this. It creates these patterns, whether you assume that they're related or not. The lines just show vertically what they're more similar to than horizontally. So it's not just drawing lines on a piece of paper. This is the way that they're sorted automatically by age and by morphology. Let's put this back.
Ever seen that? Does anybody ever see a star get born? Nobody's ever seen that. Stellar evolution. This is a
No, Charles says, no, dirt is rock plus poop. True.
belief, guys. It's a religion. Primordial soup. Set of conditions present on the earth 4.2 to 4 billion years ago. You believe that? Or do you know that? I'll tell you what, Richard and Lawrence,
we know that the earth is that old, and we know that there was stuff on the earth when it was that old, so we're trying to figure out what was there when it was that old. And yes, there's evidence in the rocks and evidence from chemistry. Ken, you accept the evidence from the rocks that there were elevated oxygen levels in the past. So why is other chemistry so ridiculous to be able to figure out from what's left over in the rocks?
if it's true that we came from primordial soup, make some more soup like that and make it come alive. Why don't they do that?
Because it's not just a bowl of soup. It's a global action. There were, like, most of the biomolecules are readily made. You can get amino acids and sugars from meteors. We know nature makes them. It's really just the materials. That's fun. We figured that out a long time ago. It's how they're put together. That's a complex global interaction of different environments and over time and places. So it's not just a bowl of soup that you can just mix together and it just happens. If anything, let's be totally fair. If it's possible at all, it would be more akin to hundreds of thousands of bowls of soup being mixed and selected for and mixed again and dried out and filled back up. All kinds of these crazy interactions. Consequently, look up Jeewanu, Jeewanu. That was just literally just a guy mixing stuff in a bowl and then activating it, and it creates protocells that grow, divide, and metabolize. They're just missing genetic material. So it's complicated how to get genetic material to start working, but there's a lot of research on how it works. But there's some limitations in the fact that you'd have to run these experiments hundreds of thousands of times. And the process that we're doing it by is basically we're trying to fill in the individual steps before we try and do the entire thing all at once. Okay, so you're waiting in the backstage. Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I thought you were doing an impression of Neff.
Neff?
Yeah, just talking all the way through. Like, there's people there waiting, but he just talks all the time. That's all right. Hey, what did you say before? You just said something before about proto. You got to define what you mean by a proto cell, because, you know, like you can. Aaron Ra says like a proto cell's just a bubble, you know, like just a soap bubble and stuff like that. But You know, it's obviously not, because it's just a soap bubble's just two thin layers of a chemical stretched out sort of thing. It's got no, you know, it's got no way of actually sort of being a cell or doing anything or ever becoming a cell, for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's a protocell, because it's not.
Yep.
It's not a
But
cell that has
become...
genetic material. So a protocell is a spectrum of things. It can be literally just. It's named protocell because it's whatever's before a cell. So it can be just a bubble, but it can also cover things that are like pretty much cells, like the Jiwanu they actually have metabolism going on inside of the bubble, and it's a membrane that divides successfully and creates more of itself. It just doesn't have genetic material.
Yeah, but I mean, it's what annoys me about that is they take stuff that's already in nature and already happening, and then they say it's evidence of evolution. They don't make this stuff, and if they're making something like that, I'll guarantee you, if I looked at the citation, it would be just the most load of garbage. It always is. They never ever just. It's like this. It's like this. It's like they do this, and this is what annoys the hell out of me. They do get machines to hook cells together, hook proteins together, and can hook nucleotides together, and all sorts of things together, right? To make DNA and all sorts of stuff. But the thing is, what they do is they go, okay, so we're going to do this experiment that requires these particular molecules. So they go, all right, so they do an experiment and they run this experiment, and just to cut a long story short, they usually get about 1% or 10% even is nothing. It's of non-homochiral rubbish, right? But it's the same sort of chemical they're looking for, but it's non-homochiral. It can never be used in anything. And by the time they concentrate it down to a form that would be usable, it would have diminished down to almost 0% of this non-homochiral garbage. So they go, okay, so we created 1% of non-homochiral garbage. We proved that nature can create this stuff, even though they did it in a laboratory, right? And then they run out and they buy the chemicals that were separated out from nature, the molecules. So they go and get these molecules in almost every single instance where they make these things, where they're doing these things and hooking proteins together with machines and hooking all these nucleotides together and all these different things together. They're taking this stuff from nature. And that's what people don't understand. And that's what the average internet atheist evolutionist doesn't understand. That is, but they're taking it from nature and then they're putting it into super complex machinery, and they're claiming that it could happen in nature. You know, they can't even do it without super complex machinery. And yes, it is. It's exactly what I said.
When you make a BLT, you don't raise the tomatoes, you don't raise the pig, you don't raise the wheat.
No, don't go off. No, because they make it. No, they do experiments to prove that they can make this stuff. It can happen in nature. First of all, they're doing it in a laboratory. First of all, they're doing it. It's expensive machinery, and second and third of all, they're doing it, and it's non-homochiral. Not only are they making less than 1% in most cases of these chemicals in the mixture, and which is absolutely pathetic, but it's non-homochiral to begin with. Then they dump that experiment and say, well, look, we just proved it can happen in nature, even though they did it in the laboratory, even though it's non-homochiral, completely useless for their experiment, and then go and buy the homochiral molecules that have been separated out from nature from laboratories. And then they run that through their machinery, and then they claim that's representative of the beginning of life. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then morons like that Professor Dave come along and say, and then I put stuff up like what I just said, and he deletes the comment because he doesn't. Because he knows what I said is true, and he doesn't want to deal with it.
So, lots to respond to there. So the reason that they take a shortcut and they use already purified materials is because they're not going to waste time trying to purify the material.
You understand?
Hold on, you're going to have to let me talk. You're going to have to let me talk.
But you're lying, mate. They can't get it. You're saying stuff that doesn't exist. They cannot make it homochiral molecules.
Yeah, they
they
can.
cannot make them.
Yes, they
No,
can.
they can't.
Yes, they
Show
can.
me an experiment. Okay, give me the paper. Give me the paper where they made these homochiral molecules and refined them down. Now, wait a minute. And refined them down to where they could use them as a usable form, right? And first of all, even if they did, which they never have, I know they haven't, and even if they did refine them down, they used machinery. They used an intelligence. This didn't happen under a rock out in nature or in a deep hydrothermal vent with unguided processes. This was guided processes in a lab, and they have to keep, have you seen the notes they have to keep? They have to keep thousands and thousands of notes. And if something goes wrong, they have to go back through the process, back through their notes to the point. I mean, nature can't keep notes. You've got all of these problems, and you're sitting there basically telling your readers and viewers that there's a chance this can happen, and it can't.
No, you can't demonstrate that it can't happen. We have to demonstrate that it can happen. So the reason that we use purified materials is we're not going to waste time repurifying everything from scratch every time we want to prove a single individual.
You've never done it once.
Hold on. You have to be able to prove.
But you have to do it once to be able to claim that you can do it at all.
Is chemically possible. Once you've proven that all these steps are possible, we can start putting the steps together. So,
Mate, you've never got one single molecule.
On how you can
you've never got one.
Convert things from.
There's not one experiment on this planet where you've developed a homochiral molecule from scratch, right? From scratch, and I'll give you the list of chemicals you need to do it from scratch, by the way. I've got the chemicals written down here. And James, too, I gave a list of the exact chemicals that would have been on the prebiotic earth that you'd need to use to do this. It's impossible. Like I said, nature can't keep a book. They can't keep a notepad of thousands of different steps. That's it. Thousands of different steps there is to make these things.
One of the ways
to make
it can happen is the homochiral crystallization, and then the so.
You mean it was formed on the backs of the crystals?
One of the chirals will form crystals, the others won't, and they can get washed away. Then the crystals can get undissolved, and you have a pure.
Yeah, that's formed on the backs of crystals, but
phase solution phase homochirality.
But they can't show it. But they can't demonstrate it in the lab, and they can't. You show any citation where they say no, but show me the citation then.
Even meteors.
Show me the citation. Show me the citation where they say this. They bury it in complicated scientific jargon, and they make it so you have to run off. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. They make it so you have to run off down so many different rabbit holes to find out the answer that most people won't have a clue or have a hope of getting through it.
Because they're experts,
you know what I mean?
And you're not.
No. They've never done it. Show me where they've.
Long time to know what they're talking about.
Show me where they've gone and got the base chemicals that you'd find in nature. They've used those base chemicals. Then they've made the homochiral form of the molecule that they need, and then they've used that molecule in an experiment to make something. Even if they did all that, all they're proving is it takes a guided intelligence to do it, and lots of notes, and lots of steps, thousands and thousands of steps. No, but it literally takes.
Why do you think experimenting in a lab means an intelligence is needed? Because experiments replicate chemistry that happens.
That's right. But it needs thousands of steps. You're missing. You're glossing over the part.
That's how science works.
But to make one molecule. Look, James Tour makes the most simple molecules. He makes these simple car molecules, and it takes thousands of steps. He shows the steps it takes just to make one part of one car, of one little molecule. And it takes thousands of steps to make these cars. And if he gets one thing wrong, he has to go back through his notes, find the part where he went wrong, and then correct it. Nature can't do that. And the molecules that nature are making are thousands of times more complex than the stuff James Tour is making, Way more
Yeah,
complex.
because he's building.
The smallest molecule in our body is made up of about 50,000. 50,000 atoms. 50,000 atoms. That'd be about the smallest molecule in our body is made up of about 50,000 atoms.
No.
The ones that James Tour make it up of just made up of a handful of atoms.
Do you know how many
They're
atoms
not very
are
complex.
in the oxygen? Do you know how many atoms are in the oxygen in your body?
Oh, whatever. It's something like that. It's just to give you an
One or
example
two.
of how Pardon?
1 or 2.
I'm talking about
Every
a
ion in your
molecule, like a
body?
protein molecule. I'm talking about a protein molecule. I'm talking about something that the body makes, that the body uses regularly every day. The smallest molecule, protein molecule, that sort of molecule that the body makes, or whatever it is, I know it's about 50,000 atoms, right? Big. So usable. No, I'm not talking about, sure, there's water in us. That's obvious. I mean, that's one of your ways of rescue devices, the way you guys get away from scrutiny and stuff like that. No, I'm talking about if it's that complex that James Tour has to make thousands of steps to make something that's just got a handful of atoms in it compared to the smallest molecule in our body that we need to use every day to make every day has about 50,000 atoms. So usable molecule in our body has about 50,000. So that's massively complex.
That would be
that's
about
massively
it's about
complex.
500 for the smallest protein, but a little less than 500. But since it's modular,
Well, whatever,
each
mate.
amino
He's got
acid,
about 5 or 6 or 10 atoms in his experiments, like very small amount. It's a very small amount. That's what I'm trying to say. And there's thousands of steps. So if you've got 500, you've got thousands of steps. From the time this thing is just a useless molecule floating around, you've got to put all those atoms together and put all those smaller molecules together and put that whole thing together where it makes up 500 molecules is literally thousands upon thousands of steps. And if one part of that process along the way messes up just one small part, boom, it all falls apart and it's useless and you have to start again and you have to go back to your notes and start again. So you don't have to go back too far. And nature can't do that. So nature's an unguided, dumb, unguided process.
so
it
nature
has
can
no...
take notes as long as that's what genetic material is. So as soon as you get a replicator, which they've shown that can happen.
No, you've got to give me the citations on that because
then nature can start taking notes. So since proteins are modular, each amino acid and amino acids form naturally, it's really not as complicated as you're trying to make it seem, because you're acting like each individual atom has to be placed perfectly individually. But no,
yeah, but you're acting like it can just fall into place on the back of a crystal. It can't.
Things do crystallize quite easily.
Yes, but you're saying that something is complex as that can crystallize in that complexity.
The
it's
meteorites that have an enantiomeric excess, which means that the chirality is lopsided. So we know just from that there are processes in nature which can produce homochiral substances, because if that same process keeps going,
no. There's always one thing I've learned with you guys is give me that citation for that particular. I want to see it. I want to see the wording in the citation. I want to see what they use and what percentages they claim in the citation. Yeah, but I want to see it in the citation. I want to see what they claim in it. I want to see what they claim. I want to read it. I want to read the data, the original data.
To you in the chat.
Okay, but I don't want to link. I don't want to. What I mean is, I don't want to link to an article. I want the actual citation itself, because articles are just making an interpretation. Science magazine, when they write up about a citation, they're putting their spin on the data. Whereas I just want to look at the citation. No, yes, they are. They're putting their spin on the data. And often when I've read their article and then looked at the citation, it's two completely different things. It's just what they want the data to be.
Else. You're talking about media that are reporting on actual experiments, but I gave you the base source.
Yeah.
So that's just talking about the chemical
about just
makeup
put it in
of a
the
meteorite.
put it,
So
how
that
about
wasn't
put
an
it in
experiment.
put it in the private chat as well. Put one in the private chat, because I want to have a look at it. I want to have a look at it, and I want to see if the claims what you're making are true, because I don't believe it is. And I always know from these things that every time I've looked at something and I've looked at it in depth, it's just nothing what they're claiming. It's what they want it to be, the data, what they want the data to be, not what it actually is.
Well, the thing is
that's
that
what
you
you'll
can,
find a lot if you look into things and you get to know what they're talking about.
that would be academic fraud. So
No, but they claim that it's science, but it's not science, mate. It's their imagination. It's what they want from the data. Of course, they're looking at through it. No, it's not academic fraud. Look, it is, but it isn't, because they're looking through it with an evolutionary. They're interpreting the data through evolutionary worldview, through their evolutionary worldview goggles. That's how they're interpreting the data, which is understandable, because that's what they believe. So that's how they're going to interpret the data. When I look at the data, I'm interpreting it through a biblical worldview, right? So I'm interpreting the data through a different set of goggles, a different lens.
But an evolutionary lens doesn't change what the mass spectrometer says.
Yes,
is
it
the
does,
reading.
because evolution. It is. It's not science. It's not. You're claiming it's science, and it's not.
Tell me how a lens changes what the mass spectrometer says is the percentage.
They don't do it to save time. They use natural chemicals separated out. They use them for the simple fact is because they cannot make them. And I know they can't. They can't make these chemicals, and they can't, not to a concentration where they can actually use them in an experiment. Go and have a look when they've ever made these chemicals into a concentration and then used them in an experiment and hooked them together and made amino acids and DNA. And if they claim that in an article, I want to see the citation the article is written about. I want to see it with my own eyes, because I don't believe it. I know it's not true. Either you're being led astray or they're leading you, you know what I mean? Or you're leading people astray. Or they're being led astray, something, but they're just interpreting the data wrong.
So when you read out from a mass spectrometer the percentage of a chemical that's in a readout, how does your evolutionary worldview change that? Or how would anyone else?
But
it's just the machine spits out a percentage.
No, you're talking about. Are you talking? Wait a minute. Are you talking about chemicals? Because look, if you're just talking about base chemicals, these things, sure, they could be everywhere, but are they hooked together in a very specific way? Are they really homochiral? Yeah, I want to have a look. I'll have a look at your thing before I can comment on this. I'm going to have a look at it, and I want to read it and go through it, because I don't want to start commenting now and then find out later on, oh God, he's full of crap. It's all just bloody. It's all hypothesis. They even admit it. I don't want to go through and find that out yet again, because that happened once with somebody. Dan Stern Cardinelli gave us the thing, said, oh, there's no assumptions in it. It's 100% fact. It's absolutely. And we said, you sure? We're sick and tired of getting these things and them telling us it's fact. And then we look at it and find out absolutely 100. And the first line they admitted, in the very first line, they admitted that it was an assumption-based study in the first line. And then the word assumption appeared 175 times. The word assumption they used in their own citation. They said in the beginning, this is an assumption-based study. They said it. And then in the first line. But wait a minute, and then the word assumption appeared 175 times all the way through it. And it, mate, go and read it for yourself. Don't try to make up thing, and then I'll post that study. I'll go back and I'll find it. Matt will still have it, and I'll get it and I'll post it. And then you'll look like an idiot. Don't, because I'm telling you. Because they admit it's assumptions. The whole thing, they admit it.
No, you're equivocating. You're equivocating. So do you know why?
No, they admit it in their thing. They admit it all the way through. Not only do they say it at the beginning, they say 175 times the word assumption. This is an assumption, they say. Oh, okay, when they say in the study, this is an assumption, I suppose I'm supposed to take that as they didn't really mean it's an assumption. What they mean is fact, but they're saying it's an assumption.
Yes, let me tell you.
Okay, all right, you're right. You're right. Even though they said that 175 times, stuff like that, that I'm supposed to say, okay, you're right. It's fully not assumption based at all, and it's all factual. No, it wasn't.
Let me tell you.
It was an assumption based study.
You done? Okay. The reason they use that word is because in science, you're not going to do every experiment in the known pantheon of experiments. You're going to go with the assumption. So when scientists say we're assuming this, they're saying based on these other experiments that have been done, we're going with this conclusion. This is our assumption that we're starting this experiment with. That is how that word is used in the sciences, because they're not going to repeat every experiment that's been done in the history of science just to do this new one. Yes, that is exactly how it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
is.
is.
It's not. No, they admitted specific things they did in the experiment. They admitted so many times because they didn't want to be accused of trying to claim that they were claiming that this is fact, like Dan Sturdnell was trying to claim. No,
what was the assumption?
Not. They said, go and look, I'll find the study, you go and read it, and all the way through they say it. This is assumption, this part here was an assumption. They say it all.
Right.
They literally use the word assumption. But no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
It absolutely
you read
is.
You read it and you tell me that they didn't mean it, that what they were doing was assumption based, that what they were doing was actual 100% fact when you read this thing. You read it and I'll laugh at you. And every scientist out there in this planet that reads it will laugh at you. I mean, you'll get all your internet atheists come on there and go, oh, yes, Nick is right. Clap their hands together like a bunch of trained seals. But you'll go and get an actual scientist look at it, even evolutionists, they'll just snicker at you. Probably not to your face, but behind your backs. So you go right ahead and try to defend it all you like, Snake, but you're really going to be laughing.
Yeah, that's why it's published in Science.
Evolutionists as well. Scientists, the ones that know, you'll be laughing. They'll snicker at you behind your back. They won't do it in your face. They'll just laugh at you behind your back. So it's okay, mate. So you go right ahead and say it, or whatever you like, and that it's all this, and try to cover up for him and that. No, it was an assumption-based, and they even admitted it all the way from the beginning to the end. They admitted it. It's all assumption-based. Right, and that's true though, because anything can be overturned, especially things like that.
Yeah, so it's normal for scientists to write in, assuming the results of this other experiment are true, then the results here are consistent with that. That's very normal.
No.
That's how
yes,
the word is used.
No. See, that's annoying because you'll go in, and this is what you do. You'll go in and you'll find one small part of a 60-page or 10-page or 20-page, whatever it is, citation, and you'll go and find that one small slither that says something like that. You'll go, oh, that's what this all meant. That's what it must have all meant. All those assumptions 175 times, and at the beginning must have meant this one slither or one thing that they said here. You know what I mean? No. No, it's not. No, that is not what I'm doing. No, it's not. Because you make sure you don't hide it. When I post this link later on in the comments, you dare hide it, mate, and let people read it for themselves and let them go away, and they'll be snickering at you, mate, behind your back.
I've asked you for
they'll be reading it.
Those assumptions were several times.
I'll post the actual citation, and people can read it for themselves, and they can come out and they can see if they think what you say about it is reasonable or what I say is reasonable. All I know is that I've read it. It doesn't come across like that. That other people have read it, and it doesn't come across like that. Scientists have read it, and they've said it doesn't come across like that to them. So there's not just me. There's Matt. There's Standing for Truth. There's other scientists have looked at it. They all say it, mate. So it doesn't matter. You go and have a look. I'll post it. I'll just post it, and we'll let people make up their own minds. We'll let people read it. We'll let people cite it, okay? We'll let other people out there read it, and we'll let them cite it and them read it, and they can come away and they can tell me whether they think that they meant whether that this thing is an assumption, a complete and utter assumption based from beginning to end, or if they meant that it's fact, but we're just saying that it's assumption, like you just said. Okay?
I'm just telling you what's normal within scientific literature.
Okay. Well, you say what you think is normal. You go and put that in there all you like. You go and write that in there in a comment when I post it. Is make it the first comment, and you say what you think is normal, and then people they'll look at the first comment in there. They can go and have a look at that, and then they can go and read it and see for themselves.
No, that is normal. They'll usually go, assuming these results are correct. Then,
No. It doesn't say that. It does. They don't say assuming, mate. They say assumption. They say the word assumption. They don't say, oh, assuming this or assuming that. They're saying assumption. You'll see it. You'll see it for yourself. They say it in the very first line. This is an assumption-based study. This study is an assumption-based study. No, I'll have to go and ask for it and get Matt to give it to me. Find it.
Okay. Well,
we've still got it because we did an entire video about it. We did it literally. I think one entire video was dedicated just to that particular study. So I can give them the entire video of what we believe, why it's assumption based, and then you guys can do whatever you reckon why it isn't. You know?
So the original topic we were kind of discussing in the chat was
Big Bang.
Faith-based, like whether I have a faith or not. Atheism is a faith. So what is your definition of faith?
Faith is believing that look, there's either two ways that the Big Bang happened.
What's faith?
Well, I'm telling you what faith is. Faith is believing that nothing like spurted a magic dot into existence and that expanded and created everything, or that the universe, or that the universe crunches back onto itself and comes down into a point, a trillion times smaller than an atom, and then starts to expand again. That
so when
takes
I look up the word
faith, that would be yes, in things that haven't been seen, so that can't be seen. So you can never ever have seen the beginning of the Big Bang, the universe, the beginning of the universe, your Big Bang. You can never have seen it. You can never ever see it for all time. So it's faith.
So do you have faith?
Literally the definition of faith.
Do you have faith that George Floyd had fentanyl in his system?
Yeah, I have faith that the medical examiner wouldn't lie about it. That I think it was George Floyd. I can't remember which one. George Floyd's that big black guy that resisted the police for like an hour and a half before they finally tried to, like they locked him up, and he was crying and screaming and beating to get out and carrying on. And I watched the whole thing from beginning to end. I actually watched the entire, I think it was an hour and a half video from the very first moment they arrived there to the moment when they had him on the ground. And stuff. It was a long time. They gave him many chances to comply. He was quite clearly off his face. You can understand why the police wouldn't want him to be running around the streets in that condition. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, it was not an hour and a half long.
It was a long time, mate. Whether it was 40 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour. I said an hour. I said an hour to an hour and a half. I said an hour to an hour and a half. And it was a long time.
It was like
how long was it then? It was 20 minutes. Mate, you know how long I got? I'll tell you. Back a long time ago in 1989, I was sitting in a car and the police came up to me in Sydney, and I was reaching down to open the door, and they kept telling me to put my hands up, and they had a gun drawn on me in the first split second that I wouldn't put my hands up. I mean, and they would have shot me if I didn't comply eventually. So if I was a black guy, I could go, yeah, shot me for no reason. No, they shot me because I was an idiot. Would have shot me because I would have been an idiot and not put my hands up, mate. You know what I mean? So don't tell me he got, 20 minutes. Ooh. You know how much I got? About a 20,000th of a second to make the decision to put my hands up or get a bullet through my head. No, it's not wrong. It's not wrong, mate. If you're a police officer and you're pulling people over and people have got handguns everywhere, and you're just asking a simple request to put their hand up on the dash or where they can see them, and you got your hands down where they can't see them, mate, I'll tell you what happens. I've seen people get shot where the person's running at someone, and it took 9 rounds, 9mm rounds to stop them. The first 5 did nothing.
So they shouldn't be putting their life in danger just because you didn't stop at a stop sign.
Pardon?
They shouldn't be putting their life in danger.
Okay, so you're saying the police, because someone didn't stop at a stop sign, we should just let people go and commit crimes because it might turn into an incident where a police officer might have to shoot someone or get shot.
Correct.
Is that right?
Worth it.
So we go, okay, so you're saying we should ignore certain crimes, is that right? So we should ignore certain crimes.
Is that right? Would you stop and let me answer? So, correct. It's not worth putting your life in danger over someone blowing a stop sign. That's what I believe.
So someone blows a stop sign, which is like but now tell them, get this. Now stop signs usually happen at intersections where cars, the other cars are rushing through the intersection without stopping at full speed, at full traffic speed. And that's why there's a stop sign there to stop you from going into an intersection with cars coming side onto you at full traffic speed. And you rush go through a stop sign, and they go, well, we shouldn't pull them over just in case it's a black eye, and just in case it turns into he's too stupid to put his hands where we can see him, we end up having a shooting. Yeah, real good, mate, real good. I mean, so then we end up with people going through stop signs everywhere, and you dying because you slammed into some idiot. Yes, but imagine how much worse it will be if the police aren't enforcing the law. Imagine if people think, oh, well, I won't enforce the law. There's never anybody coming down that road. I can go through that stop sign. And then...
I lost you. I'm not sure what's going on with the stream right now.
Is that better?
Let's see. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, but there was...
So anyway, I mean, that's a totally different subject. Let's try and keep it on kind of contained a little bit. So
Yeah,
what is the definition of faith? Like, if I look up the word faith in the dictionary, is it going to say if I believe in a magical dog coming out of nowhere?
No, it says in things that it can't be seen. And it says that faith, the definition of faith is believing in something that can't be seen. And you can't ever see the Big Bang, so you have a faith. It's simple. That's your faith.
But it's not... Faith is not referring to something that you can't sense with your eyes.
You know,
right? Because you can hear it. So if I believe in that I heard something, is that faith?
No, it says that things that can't be seen. Oh, yeah, that's what it means. Yeah, heard or seen, whatever. Well, they say there's no sound at the Big Bang, right? So that actually makes more sense because there was no sound. They say. They like to say there was no sound at the Big Bang because there was no, like some bull crap anyway. I've heard them say plenty of times, evolutionists. There's no sound at the Big Bang.
If I hear a dog barking, do I have faith that there's a dog?
It's not. Look, you have faith.
It's a yes or no question.
If you can't witness the Big Bang from happening, right? If you can't witness it, let's put it this way: either you see it or hear it. You obviously see it because you can't hear it. So if you can't see the Big Bang happening, then it's faith. It's faith. And no one ever saw it, did they? No one in all human history ever saw the Big Bang happening. So you can't go back and say, well, Galileo actually saw it. He saw the Big Bang happening. So we do have evidence and we do have a witness to it. Well, you don't. So you have no witnesses that it ever happened. It's just inference.
Witnesses
right? What
are
they
the
call
worst
inference.
kind of evidence.
But the Bible says that God stretches out the universe 17 times.
Yeah, but I don't
Why
care
couldn't
what
have
the
God
Bible
created
says.
it ex nihilo out of nothing and then God be stretching it out? Why does it have to be that it exploded from a infinitely
Why is your
small
faith in
point?
the Bible okay, but supposedly faith
Yeah.
in mathematics is not?
Well, it's great if you want to believe that. Then for me, it's not. But if you want to have faith in that sort of thing, then go right ahead. But just know that you've got a faith. That's all.
So it's all equal?
Well, I wouldn't say I wouldn't want you to feel too comfortable about worshiping, and having faith in these idiotic theories about nothing created everything from nothing. But yeah, I suppose so. I don't want to give you like hope that I actually will ever believe that rubbish. Because I've seen the supernatural, man. I know. I can't. I'd love to be able to sometimes just say, oh yeah, I'm plead ignorance and just say that I don't know. I'd love to be able to do that, but I can't. So that's a problem.
So I can't hear I can't see the dog next door, but I can hear it. Is that faith?
Well, I think that's just, like splitting hairs a little bit.
Well, that's what you have to do with definitions.
Yeah, but it's all right. Well, hear and see. If you just see it and don't hear it, is it there? Yes, it is. If you hear it and it's obviously there, so yes, it is. But you have faith that it's a dog doing it. It could be a recording. It could be someone playing a recording of a dog barking. Could have been someone recorded that dog, knocked it on the head, and then playing a recording on a loop. It's unlikely, but you know what I'm saying, right? I'm just mucking around.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that it's either faith or it's 100% foolproof, absolute knowledge. Like, there's a whole spectrum in between. I don't think you can get 100% certainty, but there's also everything between 100% and 0% certainty as well. And I would say towards the 0 end is faith. So like, you don't see people get murdered, but you see dead bodies. So things can be measured with a high degree of certainty even if you don't physically see it happen, right?
No, because the CMB doesn't help you guys out at all. It's actually really bad for you guys.
What's bad?
You said like you see the dead body. Well, I take it that you'd call the cosmic microwave background one of those dead bodies that prove the Big Bang. But problem is, it doesn't prove the Big Bang. It's bad for you guys.
Why?
Well, I've got a write up on it. Hang on.
I feel like the chat kind of went down, but we're still streaming. I might have messed it up trying to get the game back. But we'll see. I think it's working now. But I can't hear Jason anymore. Yeah. I'm thinking about changing the thumbnail in case more people want to come in. Yeah, Jason's gone. He's on the other side of the world. Well, how long have we been going? Maybe I'll just finish Hovind and we'll be done with it.
Well, I mean, it's very elementary science for somebody to say. Whenever somebody says that they think the primordial soup hypothesis is legit, it just goes to show they have no idea what they're talking about. If you were to type in on Google,
it's not a hypothesis. Uh-oh. More technical difficulties. I'm plugged in. I should be Plugged into the Ethernet. I shouldn't be having trouble loading.
How does DNA get destroyed?
Oh, there it goes.
It says DNA is vulnerable. It breaks down in sunlight and in water. So what do they say DNA came alive in? Sunlight and water. What destroys DNA? What's the number one thing that destroys it? Sunlight and water. So it just shows they're scientifically illiterate. And the reason we know this is because when we do forensics, right, in the FBI, and they look at somebody that passed away, let's say in a fire.
Okay, I can't
You can trace
pause it
DNA
now.
molecules better if somebody that burned up in a fire than some.
Okay, while that's loading. Yeah. So water enables most of these chemical reactions in the first place that create most of these organic molecules. But yeah, things dissolve in water. That doesn't mean that water is a hostile environment. So water is in fact what enables most of these chemical reactions. Is Jason back yet? Let me check on Jason. Hey. I don't know if he can hear me. We'll give it a second because the internet, yeah, he crashed again. Might have to cut it off at this point because I can't stream anything. Well, I think I'm still streaming, but I can't load anything. And so I might not be streaming. Let's see. I'm gonna give it one more minute to start loading, but we might have to wrap it up here. Hey, is it working yet? Nope. So I'll just read from this temporal nanofluidic confinements induce prebiotic condensation in water. There's a long-standing crucial problem in the research on chemical evolution towards the origin of life is the so-called water paradox. It states that although water is essential to life, key chemical reactions such as the synthesis of RNA are inhibited by it. Current hypotheses addressing this paradox have low prebiotic plausibility when taking the conservative nature of evolution into account. Here, we report spontaneous abiotic RNA formation in aqueous environments. The synthesis is driven by nanofluidic phenomena that alter critical properties of water. Our findings provide a solution to the paradox in a multifaceted way. Abiotic, temporal, nanofluidic confinements allow prebiotic condensation
Make some more soup like that.
Reaction pathways in water under stable moderate conditions emerge in aqueous particle suspensions as a geologically ubiquitous and thus prebiotically highly plausible environment and are consistent with the principle that evolution builds on existing pathways as living cells can also work with temporal nano-confined water. So, what does this mean? So this is one of the reasons why scientists will start with refined, purified reactants and reagents because they're not going to go through the whole process of all the various ways of achieving homochirality, which there's an entire paper spoiled for choice on all the different ways. It goes over all the different ways that we've discovered is possible. Even if we don't understand those, we know it is possible because of the meteorites. Chris Peacock, I got a few of your chats. Gravity started off as an assumption. Matt and S to FT, lol. Okay, so you were able to hear most of that conversation. Everything just my internet's pooping out right now, so If you're still able to hear me, good. But it looks like I'm having to start to wrap up, or maybe it's getting better. But I'll finish with this thought. Scientists don't want to build everything from scratch every time, so they're trying to study this nanofluidic interactions and its effects on RNA. They're not going to bother doing all this. They're just going to start with the purified chemicals so they can study only the nanofluidic confinement. They're trying to cut out all the extra stuff. They're not going to waste their time on that. Jason, is it working for you yet? I can't hear you at all. I'll just keep you there, and if I hear you, I'll hear you. But I'm not even seeing your thing move. So yeah, I'll just finish with this. So yeah, look up this whole paper. I'll send you this paper. That's some good reading. That's abiotic synthesis of RNA in water. Maybe I'll link it to Ken Hovind and Matt Powell over here.
Guys, a religion, primordial soup, set of conditions.
By the way, they're I think the last thing Matt said was that atheists, even though most Christians are, and most of the scientists agree with evolution and abiogenesis principles, they're scientifically illiterate, and yet Matt Powell is talking about DNA, which is not really relevant to abiogenesis because DNA is pretty much the last totem on the pole. If he was really scientifically literate, he would be talking about RNA.
Present on the Earth 4.2 to 4 billion years ago. You believe that, or do you know that? I tell you what, Richard and Lawrence, if it's true that we came from primordial soup, make some more soup like that and make it come alive.
Oh,
why don't they do that?
Hypothesis is legit. It just goes to show they have no idea what they're talking about. If you were to type in on Google, how does DNA get destroyed? It says DNA is vulnerable. What destroys DNA? What's the number one thing that destroys it? Sunlight and water. So it just shows they're scientifically illiterate. And the reason we know this is because
the other thing is, once you have a replicator or some kind of process that can use templates, well, then it's over. It doesn't matter if sunlight destroys the genetic material or not, because you can just make more of them, which means you can make more templates too.
Because when we do forensics, right, in the FBI, and they look at somebody that passed away, let's say in a fire, you can trace DNA molecules better if somebody
just like, people die, but we make more people, so there's always people.
Burn up in a fire that somebody that died and was placed in water. What that means is you're more likely to have molecules assemble themselves and create life in fire than in water. Really let that sink in.
Yeah. First,
there's different processes that create them, and then they get mixed together. What's the problem?
There's heat left over from when gravity first condensed a planet from the cloud of hot gases. Stop. I'd like to see you get a cloud of hot gas to condense into a solid with gravity. I'd like to see, is this something they believe?
Well, okay. Is Ken going full flat earther at this point? Does he not know that mass attracts mass, even at micro gravity levels? Because as long as mass attracts mass, gas particles are going to attract each other in space, and the more they attract each other, the more they're going to attract other particles. So if you have millions of pounds, not just like a fart in space, but actually like a planet worth of gas, it's going to condense because there's going to be a center of gravity. The stuff on the outside is going to pull in. It's going to be able to create pressure on the inside, which is going to pull in the stuff on the inside even more, and it's going to become more dense. I mean, the math works out, and we also observe it.
As the molten ball cooled some 4 billion years ago, the outside hardened and formed.
So Ken's going full flat earther just to avoid the fact that apparently he's very threatened by the idea that gases can condense. Let that sink in.
Formed a crust. Did anybody observe this? Is this real science or is this what you believe? It's what they believe.
Well, thank you, Chris Peacock. I'll see you later.
I don't know how to get them to say it. Over millions of years, Colorado River carved the Grand Canyon from solid rock. You can't possibly know such a thing. You can believe that if you wish. All I'm hoping tonight is to get some of the atheists that have half a brain cell to say, I really do have a religion, don't I? Yeah, which is fine. I don't care what religion you have. You can believe there's no God. That's fine. But I get upset about you teaching that to the kids in school, and I got to pay for it. Go start your own private school and teach whoever wants to come.
Is it a religion that you're not a Hindu, Kent? Is it a religion that you don't believe in Zeus? Is it a religion that you don't believe in the Shinto gods? No? Well, guess what? I don't have that religion. I don't have Shinto religion. I don't have the Hindu religion. I don't have the Jewish religion. I don't have the Islamic religion. And I don't have the Christian religion. I don't have any of those religions. Whoops.
Simple. Okay. Colorado River cut through a layer of millions of years of baloney. Evidence for evolution.
Not baloney. A flood cannot carve 90, 180 degree turns. It just can't do it. Unless it's carving from above like a water pressure cutter.
The fossil record. There's no fossil record.
And the layers in the Grand Canyon, they can't have formed as quickly as you think. The limestone layers, the sandstone layers could only have formed in dry conditions. The other layers, what's the term for it? Non-flocculated shale. So there's these things called floccules that geologists can tell. They're like basically little pebbles, kind of. They're condensed silt, like so when the minerals are suspended in water, they can condensate out of the water, and you can have fine grain silt, fine grain shale that does not have floccules in it. That takes longer than a year to come out of the water. And that's what's in the Grand Canyon. The alternative is flocculated shale, which it can come out of the water much faster, but that's not what's in the Grand Canyon. Because if there's sort of like a starting point, a little seed, that the little tiny fine grains that are suspended, dissolved in water, can kind of coalesce around. They can attach to it. It's like when things crystallize out of solution. If you have a crystal there, the stuff that's in solution can crystallize out faster. So if you have these little seeds, these floccules, it can come out of solution faster. But that's not what we have at the Grand Canyon. Couldn't have formed under flood conditions. Had to have formed under, some of the layers had to form under dry conditions. Some of the layers had to have formed in non-flocculated fine grain format, which is takes longer than 150 days or whatever, how long the flood takes.
You believe the bones in the dirt can do something no animal today can do. No animal today can produce anything other than its kind. But if you find a bone in the dirt, well, that could do it. That's why.
But animals today produce variation in kind. And over time, that variation gets larger because they retain the variation, and then they save up the variation, and then they get more variation. So they save. It adds up over time. They don't swap out one variation for another. They keep them all as long as that lineage keeps going. The ones that die out keep nothing because they're gone. They stop. And all the changes that occur are enough to explain any change that's occurred in the fossil record. And evolution predicts these changes, and they're found right where they're supposed to be. And it just so happens that also the chemistry tells us the correct order of those layers. And guess what order they come out as? They come out in this order. Somehow, neatly, they come out exactly in the order of most similarity going to most similarity. Almost like they're related.
Why, it's a religion, guys. They don't get it. You believe a four-legged animal changed to like a whale. It's a religion. You believe.
Look at this. Let me expand this a little bit for you. Come on. Come on. There we go. So, what is unreasonable about the fact that we find these forms in this order in the fossil record, first of all, and forms between them? They all share one unique trait, which is part of their jaw muscle, or their jawbone, and their ear bone. There's no other reason for God to have specifically just put that one anomaly in just these animals. He could have put it in any animal, and yet he puts them only in animals that, when you progressively stack them on top of each other, look like they're changing slightly a little bit. So a four-legged mammal gets a longer snout, sharper teeth, webbed toes. Is that okay? Well, let's think about a dog. If a dog, I wonder if we can adapt a dog to live in the water. They already have webbed feet, so they could have bigger webs in their feet, bigger feet. They could get shorter hair. We know this. They can get elongated snouts. They can get bigger teeth. And what's next on line? Oh, well, they have bigger snouts, bigger paddled feet, bigger tail, and the nostrils are a little higher up on their snout. Okay, now what's further down the line? Well, their back legs are really short. The back of their tail is flat. The rest of their tail is more muscular. They already had muscles on the tail, but there's just more muscles. And their nostrils are even higher. And now the webbing on their toes just kind of forms over their whole foot, so that their whole foot is flat, and they lost their hair. And all of this happens in this order in the fossil record. So, and it was predicted by the theory of evolution. So, none of this, all of this is possible. None of this is actually precluded by any laws of biology or physics that we know of. This is all microevolution. This is all within kind changes. It never ceased to be the kind that it was before. This first one, the Pachycetus, it still is the same kind. The Rhodocetus, it's still the same kind. The Dorodon, still the same kind.
a four-legged animal changed to like a whale. It's a religion. Transitional fossils, evidence of evolution. All they have.
Yep, when you have fossils that are between two other fossils in the date range, and they're between them in the morphological range, that is a transitional fossil.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out tonight, you two guys are on a program here claiming we want to stop, fight against religion. How do we do it? Openly or sneak in? Well, include evolution, please. That's a religion. That's all. Millions of years ago, dinosaurs roamed the earth. You don't know that. You believe that.
No, because we can measure things with a certain degree of certitude that we didn't physically witness ourselves. You accept all that.
Humans.
Just not in the case of things you don't like.
Probably evolved from bacteria 4 billion years ago.
Nope, no one claims that. Not a single fucking person ever has claimed that, except creationists.
Well, make them bacteria do it again. I want to see it this time.
And it's not humans evolved from single cells. It's sponges evolved from single cells. And sponges evolved into like sea cucumber things. And those evolved into worms. And those evolved into eels, which evolved into fish, which evolved into walking fish, which evolved into like tadpoles and salamanders, which evolved into lizards, which evolved into sort of hairy lizards, which evolved into rodents, which evolved into lemur things, which evolved into monkeys, which evolved into apes, which evolved into humans. Okay? Notice how each step along that line, there's barely any difference between them, except when you take the two extremes, they seem really different.
It's a religion. What humans evolved from? Modern humans originated in Africa within the past 200,000. You don't know such a thing.
We can't even, it's difficult to figure out what even happened 1,000 years ago. Archaeologists are trying to understand just 1,000 years ago. They don't have certainty about it. But you mean to tell me that we have certainty, absolute certainty, that there's no absolutes, and that 4.5 billion years ago the Earth was created by itself with no God, with no force?
By itself, no. It's called, there was rocks, and rocks attract each other and form balls in space. But you want us to believe that a magical anthropomorphic super being created itself and then created everything out of nothing to have it worship him.
Nothing. They believe that. You can't get them to understand, or maybe not to admit, that they have a religion. Atheism is not science. Evolution is not science. Humans evolve different body types. This is something you believe in. It's not science. For Dawkins, Darwin's...
What? Humans have different body types? That's... Kent is actually disputing this? That's bizarre. I don't know what to make of that.
Theory of natural selection solves the question of where humans come from. I'm sure it does, Richard. You've got it all settled in your brain. You like that belief, don't you? I'm all settled into my belief. I believe the Bible's true. I'm settled into that. It's proven itself for 53. Now?
Is this saying that Dawkins trusted Darwin's theory, like on the source here from BBC? It looks like it.
He does not believe in God. Dawkins argued that evolution does not need help from a higher being. Evolution doesn't even happen, Richard.
Well, it's interesting because he says for Dawkins, Darwin's theory on it. So it's referring, Dawkins obviously trusts Darwin. And he even said what finally made me into an atheist was the understanding that came with Darwinian evolution. Okay, well, Darwin himself said that a cold shudder has run through me and I've asked myself whether I've devoted my life to a fantasy. So you're trusting a man who thought he could be living in a fantasy.
And he was. But he's...
People who are honest doubt themselves. You don't doubt yourself. That's really concerning because that means that you're not capable of learning, essentially. You're not capable of taking on new information. You're just stuck, no matter what. No matter what the evidence is, no matter what information you get, you're never going to change your mind.
Out of it now. How the eye evolved, Richard Dawkins. Scientist and atheist Richard Dawkins explains how the eye evolved into what it is today. He doesn't believe in intelligent design, but rather the human eye evolved from flat patches of light-sensitive cells. Richard, that is not something you can know. That is not part of science. It is what you believe. He doesn't believe in intelligent design, but rather, they left out the words, he believes in. Am I missing it?
again, not all belief is just faith. That's stupid.
Well, I mean, he obviously believes in, right. He believes in that, but he does believe in that a form of intelligent design is possible, because he said it could be that we came from a higher life form, not from God, but a designer that designed biochemistry and molecular biology and so forth. And that designer could be it could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe.
And obviously, what's the next question? Where did that intelligence come from? Okay. What did Lawrence Krauss discover? How the universe came from nothing. You did not discover that, Lawrence. You believe that. Tell you what, get a box of nothing and do it again.
The news reporters asked him that same thing. They said, and how do you get something from nothing, Lawrence? He goes, well, you see, if you put all of the energy in the universe together, it looks like it's zero. It's literally word for word.
Yeah, so you just are refusing to actually accept his explanation. So here's a good way to think about it. Matter and antimatter annihilate each other. Put them together, they create nothing. But what is that nothing? It can be separated into a something and a negative something. And energy, technically, if you put matter and antimatter together, they create energy. But energy works the same way. You can put it together with like the quantum vibrations and it looks like zero, but that zero has mathematically, it behaves as a zero. But if you take parts out, if you look further, you'll see that it contains parts that kind of cancel each other out on the surface, but there's still something in there. And that's what he's talking about. And you're deliberately misconstruing what he means by nothing, because you're aware that he's actually explaining that it's not actually nothing, and you're equivocating, which is a fallacy, which, again, substantiates Snake's law that all religious arguments are in fact logical fallacies.
He said, yeah.
They don't get it. A universe from nothing. There's his book. And these guys are speaking to thousands and thousands of people and influencing them to make them doubt the Creator and to doubt the Bible and to doubt creation. And they're welcome to do that. But they're doing it at taxpayer expense. Guys, you have a religion, start a church.
They can't even defend it. I mean, Richard Dawkins was recently asked in an interview, they said, can you explain just one genetic process where information gets added to the genome? Just show us a beneficial mutation like that. And he sat there, he couldn't come up with it. He sat there for, I think, 30 seconds and then finally said, okay, cut the camera. That's the mechanism that has to work, is mutation through selection.
Trillions of times.
Look on creation.com.
That's because you guys refuse to actually explain what you mean by adding information. There are tons of experiments that show adding of information, but you'll say, oh well, the total number of bits, aka nucleotides, got lowered, even though there's information that wasn't there before. You don't count that because it lost other information. So you guys just don't want an answer, and you won't clarify what you mean because you don't want an actual answer. You want it to be as confusing as possible so you can act like you stump people. And I was referring to the Lenski experiments, just to be specific.
Richard Dawkins stumped is what it's known as. These guys don't have the... we were seeking the answers. Dawkins had them. If he had the answer, he would know the basics of molecular biology and the fact that mutations are deleterious, not beneficial.
All known mutations are harmful, neutral, or fatal. They either harm the organism or kill the organism or do nothing.
That's not even true at all. We have tons of studies on beneficial mutations, but especially compensatory mutations, which are actually more likely than deleterious mutations. The other point I think a lot of people miss is a lot of these deleterious and especially fatal mutations get weeded out before childbirth. So the children who actually make it to this world have already gone through a whole gauntlet of mutation selection. So mutations that are bad for your development in the womb, you'll die in the womb, or you'll die as a preemie or as a baby. But deleterious mutations that are bad, like on the cellular level, those are going to be stuck in the shitty sperm that don't even make it to the egg. So you're already weeding out billions of bad mutations. I mean, on the scale of millions, but if you're a healthy individual, you're going to be eliminating billions of sperm. So, probably trillions. Yeah.
And then if you did get a beneficial mutation, which is purely hypothetical, wouldn't you have to get two of the opposite sex in the same place at the same time? You got to find each other and be interested. You got a whole bunch of problems, Richard. Way more than you think. Anyway.
Not with asexual reproduction.
Let them alone.
And no, they don't have to have the same mutation at the same time. Even a recessive mutation can spread throughout the population. It can just piggyback on healthy mutations. And pretty soon, lots of people are going to have it. And then they're going to mate it. And they're going to have 2 copies of this recessive mutation.
Be blind, leaders of the blind. God said in Exodus chapter 20 in the 10 Commandments, I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. The first commandment of the 10 Commandments right here. Don't have any other gods before me. Well, you guys are leading people to believe there is no God, so you're breaking this first commandment, okay? Whosoever therefore shall break one of the least of these least commandments and shall teach men so, which is what both of you are doing, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven, and whosoever shall do and teach them shall be called the great in the kingdom of heaven. Deuteronomy, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy might. Deuteronomy 11, love the Lord thy God. Matthew 22, Origins Project at Arizona State University, and was a professor at ASU, School of Earth and Space Exploration, and Department of Physics. He retired in 2019. He is now the host of the Origins podcast and president of the Origins Foundation. Okay, Lawrence, you believe, not know, you believe by faith, everything came from nothing. Would you just admit that it's a religious belief? That's all. I'd like you guys to admit it's not part of science. It's a religion.
Again, he doesn't believe that. But you believe that.
A universe from nothing. Why there is something rather than nothing. Compelling evidence that a complex cosmos evolved from a hot...
It's like wordplay, and they're refusing to actually acknowledge it. Now, I personally would not title things like this, but this is kind of... I don't know if I would have anticipated this before this was published, because Krauss is the guy that they pick on. It's his work that they use to pick on this. Oh, you believe everything came from nothing. They pick up on this lie and spread it around and act like this is not... It's equivocation. They're using the word in a way that is not being used by the person who originally used it.
Ball of gas. The God delusion. Richard Dawkins. How do you help them?
Well, I think to help their audiences, the best thing to point out is back in, I think, 2016.
You believe everyone who believes in a different God is deluded.
Richard Dawkins made some very crazy remarks, because remember, people think they're so logical and rational, these men that have written the God delusion.
What's the difference between you and a Hindu? Nothing. You're just raised with a different God. That's it. The difference in epistemology is what I mean.
Richard Dawkins said that he had no issue back in 2016 with mild pedophilia. He said, you know what, I do not have a problem with it. And news media went nuts, surprisingly, and said, they published articles. Richard Dawkins' pedophilia remarks spark outrage.
I'm going to have to look that up, because you can't really trust anything a Creationist says. Richard Dawkins, mild pedophilia. That's interesting, though. This was a few days ago. Kent is still harboring pedophiles at his Dinosaur Adventureland, like actual pedophiles. Richard Dawkins defended mild pedophilia. I just don't know what that means. Here, I'll put this up. Okay. Referring to his early days at boarding school in Salisbury, he referred to an unnamed master, pulled me on his knee and put his hand inside my shorts. Other children had been molested by the same teacher, but concluded I don't think he did any of us lasting harm. I'm very conscious that you can't condemn people of an earlier era by the standard of ours. Just look at the back of the 18th century. Well, I look back a few decades of my childhood, see things caning like mild pedophilia, and I can't find it in me to condemn it by the same standards as I would today. Okay, so what he's saying is he can't condemn it by the same standards as he condemns it today. Interesting, okay. I think we can move on from that. Which I agree and disagree at the same time, and I wouldn't care. I would have a lesser opinion of Richard Dawkins, but he's, again, what Richard Dawkins thinks is not like the health of atheism. He's not a pope, he's not a priest, he's not the Messiah, no one cares.
He had shared a story how he was slightly abused as a young boy, slightly, he says, and that it didn't do any lasting harm. He says, well, I noticed you've got something a little wrong there, Richard Dawkins. You're an atheist. It didn't do any lasting harm. I think it
the implication being he's an atheist because he was molested? So this makes the God who stands by and allows pedophiles, this makes that even worse. Here we go. I have this on hand all the time. There we go. Either you have a God who sends child rapists to rape children, or you have a God who simply watches and says, when I'm done, I'm going to punish you. So this just makes that even worse, because God not only knows that that child's going to get raped and traumatized, but that child is going to become an atheist, according to Matt Powell. Okay. Uh-oh. OBS is bugging. Okay, we're back.
It all shows us, anybody with a rational mind, that it did do lasting harm. Look at your right-hand man in this video. Lawrence Krauss, convicted of sexual assault recently. Neil deGrasse Tyson, also, I believe, convicted of sexual assault. Neil deGrasse Tyson, who you both associate with, said...
Convicted or accused? And these are the Me Too people who you guys don't believe at all, but you're willing to use it for your own political gain when it's, well, religious political gain, when it's convenient. You guys have no standards.
And I quote, that it's hard to argue against the possibility that we are not a creation of some kid in a parent's basement programming up a...
And by Me Too, I mean the people who are like, oh, well, he put his hand on my shoulder, so I feel raped. Those kind of people.
World for their own entertainment. You believe in intelligent design, just a fourth grader in his parents' basement.
Because there are some legitimate accusations.
Rather than the God of the universe.
Anything but the facts.
Christopher Hitchens, God is not great. How religion poisons everything. He knows better now, don't you, Christopher? Let's see.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Anubis.
NPR. This I believe. There is no God. Well, Penn, thank you for being honest. This is something you believe. It's not something you know. It's your religion. That's all. I believe that there is no God. I'm beyond atheism.
Knowledge is a type of belief.
Atheism is not believing in God. Not believing in God is easy. You can't prove a negative, so there's no work to do.
Correct.
Well, Penn, you can't prove there's not a God either, can you?
You don't need to, because the way that knowledge works is you don't believe in something until you have evidence to believe it.
Let them alone. Blind leaders of the blind.
You don't have to prove things don't exist. You have to prove they do exist. Just like you don't have to prove someone is innocent, you have to prove that they're guilty.
Is a religion. That's all I wanted to share tonight. It's something you have to believe in. Quit calling it science.
Just the word atheist is a contradiction. What if I say I'm an atheist, they say that means I lack belief. Let's go based on their fake definition for a minute. That just means I lack belief in your God. It doesn't mean I don't believe in him. It means I lack belief. That's like saying, well, what if you asked me something about yourself? And I said, what if you asked me, Sandy, said, Matt, tell me about yourself. What if I said, you know what, I'm a non-believer in fishing? That's a weird way to define myself. When you say...
it is weird. That's precisely the whole frustration with it. We don't want... It's not even a thing that we want. We don't want any atheists to exist. We only exist because you're out there peddling some bullshit religion, and we're like, well, we need something to call ourselves when we don't believe you, because you call us heathens and people who deserve to die and torture forever.
I'm an atheist. You're saying I'm a non-believer in this. Why don't you define yourself by something you believe rather than something you don't believe in? That's like
precisely the problem, because there is nothing within atheism, there is no belief system in atheism. There are no beliefs outside of non-belief in God. There's nothing else. So that's why atheists define themselves by other things. We're not... Dude thinks that atheism is just like a lifestyle or something. The only reason we care about any of this is because we see you guys out there doing your thing and we're responding. And no, atheist is not my identity. I have other personality traits other than I don't believe your fairy tale.
Like saying I'm a non-stamp collector. That's literally the same logic. When you say I'm an atheist,
there's a YouTube channel called Non-Stamp Collector.
You might as well say I'm
because of this trope. How nonsensical it is to actually... It is a walking contradiction. Because, yeah, we don't actually want to exist. We don't want that word to exist. There shouldn't be any need for that word at all.
Non-stamp collector. I'm a non-fisherman. And just the fact that they write books against God, it shows that they hate God. I mean, imagine writing books against fishing and how I lack belief in fishing. It doesn't make any sense. The word...
You guys do realize that the whole Bible is a book against rival gods, right? Oh. Interesting.
Even the word, when somebody says, I'm an atheist, that person just admitted to me that they don't think about what they're saying at all.
Right.
Because if you thought of what you were saying, you wouldn't define yourself by what you don't believe in. Brother Hovind, how are
you? Don't define... Atheists don't define themselves by that. Most of them, at least. There are obviously some people who don't have much else in their life, but...
are you? Because if you thought of what you were saying, you wouldn't define yourself by what you don't believe in. Brother Hovind, how are you? What do you like to do? Oh, I don't like this.
I'm a non-stamp.
I'm a non-stamp. It's your life is a contradiction. Even
it's a it's not a. We're not defining ourselves by it. It is a position on one proposition. Just like a moral relativist or a moral objectivist. That is not the person you are. It's your stance on a position.
If I didn't believe in God, I wouldn't define myself as an atheist because it's a contradiction.
Well, here's the next step, though. They instead they'll say, I'm an atheist, I believe in science. As if there's a connection there. I believe in science, too. Science means knowledge. Science.
Yeah, because most people equate science with the process of, like, epistemology, which it technically is, but it's broader than that, usually. The process of systematically testing claims for their validity, testing hypotheses, and making observations, making predictions, and making conclusions, and testing them. And guess what? When you apply that process to religions, what you get is nothing. That's why that's why atheism and science are often equated.
Knowledge. We know dogs produce dogs. We know that. We do not know that dogs and mosquitoes have a common ancestor. You do not know that. You can believe that. But that's a religion.
And when you point this out to them, they'll say, well, we can't know anything. Okay, so you're somebody that knows that you don't know anything.
I believe some of them don't know anything. I would believe that.
They say, well, there is no truth. Is that
the position of always being open to new information is much stronger because then you can actually absorb more information. And these guys are binary thinkers, so you either can know something or you can know nothing. But no, there's just, as I was trying to explain, there is a large spectrum of certainty. You can have 0%, 1%, all the way to 99%. It's hard to get to 100% for most things, so.
That true? Because if it's true that there's no truth, how could that statement be true? Everything, literally, not just one or two things, every single thing that they say is wrong from the foundation.
And the evidence they use to support their dumb religion has all been lies. Get my video number, get the whole seminar series for $50, but get video number 4, lies in the textbooks. Lies in the textbooks. Get these, give them out to everybody you know in public school for Christmas. Buy a set for $50, make 1,000 copies of video number 4.
All right, they're just selling DVDs now. Okay, well, I think I'm going to wind this down now. get some grub. If anyone has like some last minute questions in the chat, I'll stick around for like a minute. But otherwise, I'm gonna wind down. Looks like Jason was the only one who tried to get into the StreamYards, unless I missed anyone. If I did, I apologize. So,